believe I'll at the very least think that there's certainly something there that needs to be investigated that's justifies the attention I'd have to give it. I think there's two kinds of prayer to get answered for me, and one kind is the kind that could happen anyway, and that we know happens as part of just a regular course of events sometimes, right? So the person who says, pray for my grandmother because she's got cancer, and then a week later, grandma goes in for an exam, and the doctor's like, oh, miracle, the cancer's gone. Well, cancers do go into remission. It's not unheard of. It doesn't violate any laws of physics. We know that this happens. We see it happen. So whether or not that was an answer to your prayer or not, yeah, who knows? But my Kool-Aid into wine is sort of the other side. We know that doesn't happen. That never happens. You can't get a glass of water, put Kool-Aid mix in it, add a little sugar, and 5 minutes later have it be a bottle of red wine. That just don't happen. So those kind of miracles I would be much more inclined to give some kind of credibility to if they actually happened. But it hasn't yet. I don't know why. Tracy told me I said, well, Tracy, it says right here, ask anything in Jesus' name and he'll do it. And Tracy says, oh, well, if you read the context, he's saying that to people who are believers, not to atheists. I said, yeah, I know. I said, this is your fault. You haven't been praying for me, and I've been sitting right here waiting. I said, don't blame this on me. But, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go back to that first thing you're talking about. Yeah, I understand about the cold readers and all that, and you have the laws of probability going on there. But I'm talking about it's just you.
Yeah.
There's no one else in the room, and someone is able to come to you and address this situation. And now for the person, say, let's just take G-Man for example. Why not? If you're praying according to God's will, you're a Christian, and praying, and it's God's will that say none shall perish, everyone should be saved. This is a prayer that has eternity in the balance. You want to see, that JD or any atheist get saved. God, tell me something about JD that only JD knows, something I can prove to him, and tell him, that kind of thing. I mean, obviously it doesn't happen, not that I know, but I'm saying if something like that should happen.
But it would be hard to imagine, what is it, hypothetically, what is it that I could know that nobody else would know? I mean, I live in the real world, so it seems like anything that I know, almost, I can't think of anything at the moment. What is it that I could know that literally no one else could know?
What time you masturbated today? I don't know.
All right, well, there you gotta, yeah. All right, you got a point there. Okay, I wasn't thinking along those lines. Gee, thanks. Well, I think. Well,
people
here,
usually
okay.
keep that kind of thing to themselves,
Let me. Yeah, hopefully. But let me. So here's my first answer is that was, first of all, it wouldn't really work as far as being a good answer or a good proof for me, because I don't even know what time it was the last time I masturbated. So it wouldn't be able to prove anything by me at 9 o'clock. All right, if you say so. I'm like, yeah. But let's I mean, hypothetically, let's say that
Imagine G-Man come and knock on your door. God told me you masturbated today at 9:05 a.m.
I'm like, wow, well, that'd be pretty damn impressive, I'll tell you what.
Then you would see he was peeking through the windows.
Well, yeah, that would be my first thing. I'd be like, where you been hanging out? What have you been looking at here? I'd be thinking about that. Did I tell anybody else? How did this info get out? But I suppose if it really was something sort of unique like that, I think my reaction would probably be certainly part amazement. I mean, it really would if it was legitimately something that I hadn't told anybody, no one else knew about at all. I don't know if that would be enough to convince me that that there must necessarily be a God, because I think, again, with things like that, it's easy to be fooled. It's easy to not recall accurately what you said to somebody else or whatever. I think I would probably come back and say, well, okay, tell you what, tomorrow come knock on my door again, and this time tell me something different that I did. I would make you repeat it. Once I'm like, okay, it's interesting. You got my attention, but I'm not going to commit to anything unless you can do this on demand. With different things. and then I would intentionally the next day do something that I don't normally do. Um, and I would say that's the thing I want you to. I'll write it on a piece of paper. Before you get here. But that's the thing that I want you to have God tell you, that I did today. Yeah, then I'd be duly impressed.
But
Okay.
wouldn't it be simpler for that just to be like some sort of psychicness?
Well,
And
if you believe that exists, I mean, I put that in the same category as does God exist? So pay your nickel, take your choice. I guess I could go either way then.
I'm just thinking like, sort of the Occam's razor kind of thing. One might be simpler than the other.
Um, eh, no, I wouldn't. I would think of those as both being supernatural things. So it would be kind of like it for me. That's the difference of, well, do you think it was the Christian God or do you think it was the Muslim God? Oh, fuck, who cares? They're both. It would be both as.
It depends on who's going to be knocking on your door, I guess.
Well, yeah, I suppose so. I suppose so. Um, yeah, that's. Yeah, I don't know that. I mean, I really don't know outside of. It always seems that the only prayers that God really answers, for the most part, that are verifiable, are things that we already know happen without God intervening. So how do you distinguish the two? I
Yeah.
mean, it's like God heals cancers, right? God heals colds. God, makes your cold go away or whatever it is, right? Let you recover from pneumonia. But I never see him growing back any limbs on people that are amputees. Why doesn't he do that? Because that's when it doesn't happen. That just doesn't ever happen. And so that seems like it's always kind of interesting is that it's always the things that are in that category of the prayers that God never seems to answer.
Yeah. Well, then it goes back to the three answers that God gives. Well, God, it wasn't in God's will. They're in a better place now.
Yeah, but it's like if how can I don't get that. I mean, literally, even if I believed, even if I was, trying to be a believing Christian here, I'm like, it makes no sense. What does God have against amputees? Why would he heal somebody of cancer, but he wouldn't grow a limb back? What's the, what? You guys got afraid if he gives him his arm back, he's going to masturbate some more? I mean, what about that? What if it's the guy's legs? The guy loses his legs in a car accident. Our train runs over him and get chopped off. Why wouldn't God reattach those?
Yeah.
That seems absurd to me. Why he wouldn't answer that prayer, or that one would be no, but he'll answer all the ones that could possibly happen normally anyway. Those he answers yes on occasion. Well,
Because he has a greater plan in mind.
good for him.
Don't you can't see the future.
Please tell me it doesn't include me. I want no part of this.
You ever see that gentleman on? I seen him on YouTube. He's got no limbs at all, and he's a Christian.
Yep.
You ever seen that guy?
Nope.
Is he called Lucky?
No.
Funny. Is that funny? Is that supposed to be funny?
I think
Probably
it
not.
is a little bit.
Probably wasn't that. But no, I haven't seen him. But go ahead, tell me. And so how does he? Because I'm sure people have asked him that same question. How
No,
does
I
he
don't even
address it?
think he addresses that question. Pretty much, it's just a video about how he's overcome his handicap, and now he goes to like schools and other places and gives pretty much a um, um, motivational speech,
Yeah.
He puts God is responsible for this. I mean, God gives him the strength and all this other stuff.
Well, sure, because God won't fix the problem, so we
Yeah.
need to find some other way to make God the good guy. So now we say, well, because God knew that I was a weak person before, and He made me go through this so that I would be closer to Him, and I would be a better person, and I would be able to reach out to people that needed to hear about Him, and if He just made my limbs grow back, then none of that would have happened. Which is, I mean, to me, this is just excuse making for something that you know, um, shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not to say. I mean, I'm glad that he gives motivational speeches, and I'm glad that he's found the strength to be able to do that. But in terms of, answered prayer or healing prayer in God, yeah, we're just This is it's sort of like the reverse of the old sour grapes, right? The old Aesop's tale, where the I remember the story right now. Was it a fox that couldn't reach the grapes? And they looked so yummy and delicious. He couldn't reach the ones on top, and they were nice and big and bright. And after he tried and tried and tried and couldn't do it, then he finally just kind of relents and says, "Well, they were probably sour anyway." Well, yeah, because you need an excuse now to continue on your little journey. So it's the same thing.
Yeah. And and there's so many scriptures that insinuate that hey, ask what anything you pray in my name, ask and it shall be done. You should do greater things than me. There's the scriptures in James about laying on the hands and the prayer of faith shall the person be healed, anoint them with oils and all this other stuff. And it just amazes me if he got this such power that, especially come the healing, that the hospitals are not cleared out by the Christians.
Yeah. My wife's calling me here, guys. I'm gonna pop out, but I'll pop back in here in a sec.
All right. The boss is calling. Anything to add, Service?
To that? I mean, not really. I mean,
Or anything? I don't know.
well, I was gonna ask. I'd probably wait for him to come back.
Okay.
So it's not just us talking about this.
Yeah.
I don't know. But maybe I'll mention added another base pair to DNA.
I'm not up on all that. Oh, wait a minute. I did see some article where they were calling it an alien gene or something like that, alien DNA.
Yeah, but I mean, they don't mean like from outer space, just not normal.
Yeah, I read the argument, but honestly, I mean, I don't, I don't understand the whole thing.
Well, I guess I can go ahead and mention it now. We can reiterate some of it when he comes back if it's interesting. Or do you know anything about DNA or genetics?
No, not really.
Like, do you know that you get base pairs, and based on how those base pairs are lined up, you get proteins and other things like that?
Basically.
Yeah,
I don't. Yeah.
I was going to see what you guys thought about if they're working on getting the new base pair to in combination at least to make different proteins, and I was wondering what would that mean for Christianity or theism if we're able to come in and just make a new thing and then it's just new life. And what do you think, that'd be evidence that God that intelligent design happened, or just maybe creation wasn't as powerful as it could be or something?
Wouldn't okay, how should I phrase? But you still had to start with something, no? I mean, to make these proteins, they still had to start with something, no?
I mean, yeah. I mean, they're just an arrangement of chemicals. So yeah, I mean, you have to have chemicals. You have to have a sugar backbone, all these other things.
See, for me, being a deist, for me, I think, of course, I cannot prove, no way, I cannot prove the existence of God. But I wonder, shouldn't we question where the potential, just the potential of things to come into existence, where that come from? What is that?
Oh, you mean just like out of why is existence and not nothingness? That question?
I guess so. Yeah, just the very potential for these two, even if it was evolution, just the very potential for the very potential to have this environment, everything to just come into place for life to form,
Well, let's see. I mean, the argument against it being designed in that situation is that, of course, a lot of course, life arose where it could arise.
Mm.
So you look at all these things that have to line up perfectly. You know, you need Jupiter to clean up comets, and you know, you need the sun to be just right. We need to be exactly where we are. We need the moon, blah blah blah, so on
Hmm.
and so forth.
Yeah.
I mean, that's explained away because I mean, if the moon, you know, wasn't right or we were too close to the sun, we wouldn't be here. You know, life somewhere else would be asking the same question when they had the perfect setup. You kind of get the it's explained by like kind of the shotgun effect. You know, it just happened to fall in the right place.
Yeah. Aren't the odds quite as astronomical?
Well, yeah, but the idea is even if we changed one thing, that one thing would still have the exact same odds as us. You get what I'm getting at?
I mean, like,
Think of just generally you have one possibility, and let's say that possibility's chances is 1 in a billion. Well, let's say you're writing out all your possibilities, and the possibility right next to it is also 1 in a billion. Well, I mean, so let's say we're too close to the sun. That has the exact same chances of being just in the right spot as the sun. To the sun. Do you understand me?
are you saying that even if we're closer to the sun, that life might still arise, and then we'd be
No,
questioning?
it might not. But even if life didn't arise,
Hmm.
it's still the same chance of where the planet was. It doesn't change the chances.
But then we wouldn't be conscious of it. I mean, we wouldn't be here to observe that. I mean, if it didn't exist, then we wouldn't be asking this question, I guess.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying if we go over to a solar system next door,
Hmm.
that solar system has I mean, generally, because obviously they could have a bunch of different things in comparison to us, but let's say it was exactly like ours,
Hmm.
except for one little thing was changed.
Hmm.
That solar system would have the exact same chance to exist as ours,
Okay. Yes. And I can see that possibility.
whether it had life or not.
Okay.
So, I mean, making it because it's so improbable, is it really a defense? To
But
say
about
God
even
did it.
well, maybe not even life existing. About just the planets come into existence, the sun, all of it coming into creation, coming into being. The potential behind that of it happening. Not even just not just life, just the very things we need for life, the possibility of life. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
well, yeah. I mean, most scientists wouldn't even entertain a conversation on that. I mean, on a scientific basis,
Oh
because
yeah.
you have a sample size of one. So, I mean, what are they going to say?
Right.
I mean, if once we got out, let's imagine we get out into space and we find life elsewhere in the universe, and then we go out to another galaxy and find some there, and then we leave our universe, go to another universe, and find some life there. Then we might have something to say about it. But we are so far away from even having a decent answer to that question.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe most atheists would call that the God of the gaps kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm not here to debate. I'm not going to debate. I'm tired of the evolution creation debate. I mean, it doesn't matter to me really, in the long run, I guess. But I mean, for me, I think I don't know. I think there's some amount of reason to think there's some kind of intelligence behind it, that potential, if you want to call it. I don't know. That design. It's not it's not fact or evidence or anything like that for existence of any kind of God, or even if it was an alien who freaking genetically engineered us. I mean, but even if that was the case, there would be some kind of intelligent design behind it.
Well, I mean, if you have the if you take the deist God position, there really isn't anything that you could ever disprove it with.
Mhm.
That's why you see atheists, arguing with Christians, and they don't really talk about the possibility of there being a God or not. They just kind of poke at, the Christian God, because the Christian God has properties, and then you can
Right.
argue with those properties. And
Exactly. Hmm.
and if
That's why I
if
kind of
more,
like the deist move. I mean, it's a middle way for me, and to me it seems, I don't know, most sensible, right? I mean, because I view some atheists. I mean, very they could be as fundamental as the Christians can be, and to leave out any possibility of any kind of, it doesn't have to be the Christian God, because I know you say God and right away the Christian God comes to mind, you know. But to leave out any kind of possibility, it's just, I think the honest answer, the most honest answers are, I mean, we just don't know.
well, I mean, it wouldn't really give them uh, a good tactic or not. But if Christians were more willing, to just kind of, drop their book and stop worrying about that in a debate, and just kind of got down to if a God could exist or not, they would have a better time dealing with things. But they're kind of doomed to the shackles that they put on themselves.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a little the frustration I have with a lot of the discussions that go on, because they're trying to jump the God question and just get right, trying to prove Christianity. And you got to go. You got to take like a step. If you're trying to convert an atheist or convince an atheist, well, you have to have some kind of argument just for the possibility of a God first. Never mind, the God you believe in.
Well, yeah, it constantly would put a Christian on the defensive.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't think. I mean, I think of a lot of the prominent anti-theists and their complaints about theism, Christianity, and stuff. They don't want someone that wants the world to end with their finger on the button. I mean, that wouldn't apply to a deist. If you actually just had deists around, I don't think anti-theists would really have a problem with you. We could all live happily ever after.
Yeah. Give me a second here. I'm going to just check a couple of. I think Nadi's trying to get in. She seems to be having problems trying to get into rooms. But let's see. Maybe I had to add it to the circle. Who else I got here?
I don't know. I'm kind of a mood to argue with someone. That sounds bad.
Oh, apparently they don't have the link. I don't understand this. Okay, let me.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I had to. I got informed that you joined a call, and I clicked on that to join the Hangout, but there wasn't any link covering about.
Okay. Still learning this. I mean,
But if
I just assume that if I put people in the circle, my circle God talk, and then I send out the invite, that they automatically be able to get in.
But I mean, part of it's probably because I don't know exactly how it works either. But it seems like me getting in the Hangout never happens the same way twice. I always seem to be clicking a different button located somewhere else to get into a Hangout. Your best bet, like when you can put it live and it goes up on your YouTube channel, you got it to do that?
Yeah, I started the broadcast.
Yeah, your best bet is to go into the description or into the comment section on your video, and then just post the link there.
All right, I'm gonna go. Well, the problem I think here is that we started out off air, and then I started the broadcast, so it's not gonna go on my channel till I think. Oh wait a second. Oh wait, enable live. Oh no. I hope I don't get. No, that's not doing it. Damn. If anybody's listening, I'm trying to get a link to you.
I don't know if you might just need the link that's up on the bar here. I don't know if you need
Yeah,
to
that's
spend.
what I'm gonna. That's what I'm gonna post. Who's Opie? I must. He must. Okay, Opie, if you're there, I'm gonna post a link. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. I'm hoping it's gonna work. Oh, Prescott's out there, man. Yeah. He says he can't hear me. He can't hear anything, but he's on an iPad. Oh, Mr. Beasley. I like to. You remember Beasley, Cerebus?
I haven't learned everyone's names yet. I probably recognize their pictures though.
Hey, beautiful.
Hey, okay. The link worked. Sorry about that.
That's all right. You just had me waiting there with my thumb up my ass. No problem.
Was it feeling good? Oh, wait, this is live. Hold on. Oh, so John, well, you're
Oh, hey, before we start talking,
go ahead.
if Nadia's trying to get in, J-Dubs, could you please make sure you don't have her blocked?
Yeah, I didn't know I had it blocked. She's in my friend circle. So I didn't get that, you know.
Should that matter if I'm the one who started the hangout? Should it matter if you blocked her?
Yeah, it does matter. It's
does?
it's really annoying.
That doesn't seem right. If I want her in, but someone else that I know doesn't want her in, she doesn't get in. I mean, that doesn't sound.
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense. How could I have blocked her if I have her in my friend circle? You know, I mean that they got to really fix it, you know.
Yeah. Hey, Rob. Well, we were just asking Cerebus.
How you doing, Rob? How's your day?
Yeah, good.
Okay. All right. I hope I got the link to everybody. Send me a message if you're still having a problem.
I hope you don't mind. I went and put it on your video. I saw your video was up.
Oh, you did?
I hope that's the right link.
Okay.
Well, I just tried the link that was on the
one I just sent you
events page. Yeah.
on G Plus. The one I sent you.
Yeah. So that one there, I tried that. That's what got me in.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I guess we'll continue. What I wanted to ask, I guess, John, we're talking a little bit about prayer, experiences of prayer, or lack of experience. I know you being, I guess, a Noahide or one of believing in the Old Testament. What's your experiences have been with prayer?
Zilch.
Do you pray?
You know, no, not really. But when I have, I've never had my prayers answered, or this might sound weird, but I've never really felt like God spoke to me or have communicated with me in any way.
So you almost,
Yeah.
I mean, you say you believe in God, so you almost then, it sounds like you believe more in a deistic type of idea of God.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, on my side, I'm not a deist. You know, it sounds like I guess I'm putting out like a calling card to God, but he just doesn't. You know, I guess he doesn't pick up the phone.
I got some thoughts if you want to hear them, guys.
Sure, I'm all ears,
Okay.
man.
All right. So, for those that don't know, I wrote a book called "What's This Thing Called God?" So that's coming out soon. But fundamentally, my research concluded that
Finally, got
Jesus.
an educated man in the room. That's sweet.
Well, I'm not sure, but anyway, I'm not what you call.
John, you've been in the room with Rob before, no?
No, I haven't. No.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to endure Rob because this will probably be about the third time I know I'm gonna hear your explanation, and it's very fascinating. Don't get me wrong.
Is Rob Scottish by any chance, or Welsh?
No, I'm Australian.
Australian. Okay.
Now,
Possibly Scottish heritage though.
okay. But Cerebus, you haven't met Rob either, right?
No, I have. I didn't recognize him because I didn't have my video on before.
okay.
So I shut the video off and I recognized his picture.
Okay. All right, Rob, if you can possibly just keep it as brief as possible. And
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well said.
Go
Now, here's my take on it. So, I think Jesus was a real guy, and I think he had a really good philosophy, but it was the Gnostic philosophy. But then again, that's a whole discussion in its own right. But if I take the Gospel of Thomas, which I take as being the true Jesus speak, he says quite clearly that prayer isn't in the mix. And I can read the saying that validates that. What he does say, he talks about the Sabbath, but if you know the term Sabbath in the context of that era, it referred to meditation. And when I sort of saw that, it reminded me of the Qumran settlement and how they had those rather large baths. Now, for me personally, I think I understand meditation, and I will often go to the pool, the local pool, and I'll just stretch out there with a float under me so that I'm sort of suspended in the water, and I find that a really great way to meditate. So, you know, I was just thinking, wow, that's possibly what those baths were all about. So meditation seems to be the thing. Now, to take the conversation a little bit further to the voice of God concept.
Well, if I can just ask one quick question, because you mentioned meditation. I didn't know you meditated.
Yeah, I do.
Now, when you meditate, do you feel like you're in some kind of connection with the divine or the universe, or is it more like a contemplation for you?
Well, for me, it's about trying to stop the chatter in the head, you know. So I just like to just stop the chatter, right?
More like an Eastern kind of idea of meditation, right? To blank the mind out. Okay. All right.
So what I used to do walks around the neighbourhood, and I found that those walks were much more, I don't know whether you say fulfilling or whatever, but when I just zoned out and I just paid attention to the senses. Now, there again, the Gnostic Jesus has got a saying that, I'll just read it to you because I think it's quite telling. He says, Jesus said, "Congratulations to the one who came into being before coming into being. If you become my disciples and pay attention to my sayings, these stones will serve you. For there are 5 trees in paradise for you. They do not change summer or winter, and their leaves do not fall. Whoever knows them will not taste death." Now, I take that to mean that he's talking about the 5 senses, because when I can shut down my senses, then, shut down my thinking, then all that's happening is really what I'm able to sense in that particular moment. So to me, that's meditation, I guess.
What was he referring to when he said stones? And that? What do you
think? Well, I don't know whether anyone been to Yosemite at all, or.
Nope.
Okay. Well, one thing that you know, I'm nearly 60, right? So one thing I noticed in the later stages of life that I really enjoy nature, you know, and I like getting out amongst it, and I get a lot of pleasure just from simply looking at it. And we visited America not so long back, and we went to Yosemite National Park, and I was really awestruck by because it's a lot of rocky formations, and here I'm just looking at a rock basically, but you know, it served me well, if that makes any sense.
Oh, most definitely. I experienced that. I experienced that as well.
Yeah, so I guess to me that I think what he's talking about is, because to me, when you get your mind out of the way, this is when you actually experience reality in its rawest form. Our mind becomes a bit of a hurdle or a bit of a blocker in a sense to a pure experience. So anyway, that's my take on that. Now, to get back to the God voice, there's an interesting phenomenon that I started to observe when I was doing my research, and that was that wisdom, I find wisdom fascinating because you don't need any precursor to the wisdom that you hear. You sort of, someone says, "Hey, look at this," you read it, and you sort of make sense of it, you know, or it sings to you in some way. And then if you were to show it to someone else, they'll say, oh yeah, I get that, you know. So it's almost like it's a precondition. It's like it's embedded in us. So during the writing of this book, I had a lot of trouble with the bloody publisher, and we play some games. I'm trying to get them to hurry up and get to print, and they seem to drag their feet. But this is probably just more. I was using that as an example, but it's a life experience. I noticed that some mornings, like I'll go to bed frustrated and annoyed, and in the morning I have a new clarity. It's as if something's got inside my head and unscrambled things, and I get some thoughts that I've not perhaps thought about the previous day. If anyone relates to that experience.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and it particularly seems to be tied to the early morning.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, say that again.
Well, find it kind of strange or not, but I think every time to me, if I had to say born again, it's waking up every day is born again, because now you have a new opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
A different perspective of looking at things. It's a new day.
Yeah, well, I kind of look at it this way, that the only reality we ever experience is the passing moments. The past is really a contemplation. It really has no basis in reality. It's really a reflection on a past moment. And the future, well, that isn't here yet. Right. It might be a prediction about what we perceive to happen in the next few moments. So from that perspective, every moment is a new moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, all there is now.
Sorry, I missed that moment.
All there is now.
That's exactly right.
The only thing I can guarantee you right now is now.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, it sounds quite correct, I think. And then, you know, you've got a lot of blokes or spiritual traditions that quite often will speak about the now or being in the present. Well, actually, there you go. Gnostic Jesus has got a saying about that too, if you want me to read that one to you.
Sure.
Okay, well, I'll find it. Just one second. So he seems to be very much...
I'm very intrigued by, like, Zen and the Tao and that kind of stuff. Very intrigued by it.
Yeah, well, I think it's the real story, because my conclusion was the religious stuff's a lot of bullshit, to be blunt. So sorry to any religious folks, but I don't mince my words nowadays.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. This is saying 91, and I only ever quote Jesus out of this Gospel of Thomas. I find there's enough in there for me, and I at least know that that's genuinely ancient and old record. So if someone came to me, sorry?
Doesn't the Gospel of Thomas also talk about Jesus being married, or is that another gospel?
Well, there's only one reference to the sex issue, if you like, and I'll read that to you as well. I'll read this one first so I don't miss it. So he says, they said to him, tell us who you are so that we may believe in you. So this is, I don't know, maybe his apostles or something. And he says to them, you examine the face of heaven and earth, but you have not come to know the one who is in your presence, and you do not know how to examine the present moment. Now, I think what he's talking about there is that, you know, that freeing of the mind so that you can actually experience that present moment. So that came from him, and that other one to do with his view on women. It says, Simon Peter said to him, make Mary leave us, for females don't deserve life. Now that's very much the old Pharisee viewpoint. So I would take it that this Peter would have to be from that Jewish faction. Mm-hmm. And we see in some of the other texts that he seems to be a bit of a jealous person. And there is one, I think, that really shows him out as being quite jealous of Mary. And that relates back to the question you're asking, because there is some other talk about him kissing Mary and, you know, them having, it seems to suggest a relationship, but you don't get that in the Gospel of Thomas. So it goes on to say, so Jesus responds to that assertion by Peter. He says, look, I will guide her to make her male so that she too may become a living spirit resembling you males, for every female who makes herself male will enter the kingdom of heaven. Now, I think what he means by that.
Wow, it sounds like they're gonna have a transsexual operation.
Nah, I think he's dealing with
Who's
pretty.
Nadia?
I think he's just being tactful with Peter, and he's just trying to say, look, mate, she's your bloody equal. Wake up, because I had a boss, and she was younger than me. She was a nurse that rose to the ranks of CEO in an aged care facility, and I've got to tell you, she was the best boss I've ever worked for. So I have a lot of respect for a non-competitive woman.
The only problem, and I have to look more into your, the thing about Gospel of Thomas, and I did look at that Wikipedia thing on Gospel of Thomas you're referring to the last time we spoke, because from my understanding, Gospel of Thomas is much later, 2nd century, but that article does say, some say 40 AD, which would make it, if that was true, and I would have to look more into it, and the scholars who say this. And to tell you the truth, I don't even know if I'll have the time or desire to do it. But if it's 40 AD, that would make it the earliest gospel. But it does say, though, it can be as late as 140 or even 200 AD. So there's different things of opinions on this.
Yeah. Well, the way I tackled it, see, I don't tend to listen too much to other people's opinions, particularly when you're talking religious stuff. I tend to want to go and find my own sort of truths, as it were, because you get that, it's like there's two stories running, and both of them are confident they've got it right. And me personally, I think they're both potentially off on a tangent. But the way I tackled it was I decided to see. This is the way I approach a complex issue. I treat it like a tree. I first try and work out the essence of it. So that's where I would ask a question: what is this thing called God? And look across a range of different people that are trying to explore it, and then come up with a composite of what it is, generally speaking. And I use that as the seed for my inquiry. Then what I do is I want to see the earliest sources. So for me, that meant looking at the Gnostic Jesus in the Gospel of Thomas. That's the earliest written record. And then I wanted to compare that with the biblical thing. So what I did is I did an interpretation of every one of the 114, and I think I can give a logical meaning to each one of them, an explanation. And then what I did is I looked for those same sayings in the Bible, and I found that 61 of those very same sayings can be found in the Bible. But there were 53 that I couldn't find a reference, so I put them into two sets so that I could look at them in total. And what I sort of observed was that the 61 that were in the Bible, when you looked at them in the biblical context, they brought in the gnashing of the teeth and this bloody, I call it bullshit story that really puts people a bit on edge. So that was in the 61 set. When I looked at the 53, they seem to be more about what you'd probably call Buddhist type of thinking, or personal thing between you and your spiritual journey.
Yeah.
And I thought, I know what they're up to. They were using the Jesus story, and specifically I name who, the Romans were using that story, and the Pharisees for a little while. They were using that story for their own agenda, and they'd actually bastardized it, and they'd left these 53 aside, because if you looked at those 53 in isolation, you don't need a third wheel. You don't need an intermediary. And if you take that intermediary out, then you've got no basis to use religion for power. Because if I tell you a load of bullshit and you're stupid enough to believe it, you're gifting me power. Right, and I think that's what these empires were up to. I don't know. Does that make any sense? Or
well, I've heard this before. I don't know if John or had any questions, or hey, welcome to the room, Opie. I'm glad you got the link. If you guys had any questions or comments or anything, we started out talking about prayer before. So
what I'll share with you, if you like, if you're interested, because I've got a website, because I'm trying to promote the book now so I can start to get some sales. but and you don't have to buy it. Not that desperate, but
Yeah,
I'll
I saw it on. I saw it on. I think it's on Scribd. You have it on there for free.
yeah, that's right. It's there for free. If someone's short of $1, they can go and grab it off there. The other place you'll find it at the moment is Amazon. And here, this link here is to a website that I set up. And on it, I've got a few articles. Now, I'll give you a link to an article that specifically focuses on my analysis of the Gospel of Thomas. So it has the saying, it has them broken into those two segments, but I also include in each saying my interpretation of what he was on about.
Okay,
So
Rob.
if anyone's curious about the Gospel of Thomas, that may be something they'd be interested in.
Okay, Rob.
I'll share
I
that.
wanted to give an opportunity for Opie or John. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm just enjoying listening. I'm sitting back listening.
Okay.
That's pretty much what I'm doing. I haven't been listening until just a little while ago, and I and I couldn't get the right link, and I finally got it, and it went through. But yeah, I'm just listening right now. Have you just been talking about textual criticism and stuff like that, or been talking about other things?
Well, we started out about prayer, and
Oh, prayer. Yeah, okay.
yeah, started out with that, and experiences of people who have experiences and no experiences of prayer, what they thought about prayer. Obviously, we have had atheists, or have we had one atheist in the room, or two atheists now? But so yeah, Rob was just talking about his theories on.
Prayer.
Well, we started out there, but obviously, I'm sure you heard him for the past few minutes.
Well, if you give me a forum, I'll keep yakking.
But I wanted to ask you, so Opie, what persuasion are you theologically?
I used to label myself as a theist, because I grew up in a Christian household, going to church, where I was made to go to church and all that. And then I'm just making this really short. And then I became, later on, after 30 some years of being a Christian, I became a deist for a short period, not very long, and then I became an atheist, and now I don't label myself with
Yeah.
belief or lack of belief labels.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. Although, if I was to label myself now, the term I'd use is anti-egotist, but that would be it.
Anti-egotist.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh no, I think I'm an egotist.
Well, we're at odds. But I won't fight you. Well, maybe I'll have an argument, though. If you
Well,
want.
that kind of goes along with the whole kind of Buddhist philosophy about a lot of our suffering is attachments, and attachments are of ego and id and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if you ask me, I think ego is the root of all evil. And if you want me to talk to that, I'm quite happy to.
Well, I know you're under, well, I know you say ultimately, yeah, love should rule, and we should kind of, my understanding, be totally selfless. Right? Am I correct in that? I mean, in a nutshell?
Well, I'd frame it a little, you're almost there, but I'd frame it slightly differently. What I'd say is we get the best life if we're authentically, and the key word is authentic, because some people fake selflessness, right? If we're authentically selfless, right? So that's how I'd describe it.
I think the world's problems would be solved by just being authentic.
That would help, yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, here's Gnostic Jesus. He says two things: don't lie and don't do what you hate. Perfect advice. Because if you think about it, if you've ever had any difficulties in a relationship and you've been the authentic one, a lie causes a shitload of grief. Like I'm going through a thing with my son. He's a 13-year-old, and
Well, that's
basically
my age.
the underlying problem we worked out at the end of the day was that he was telling us lies. And so he has now a golden rule: no lies to mum and dad, or he's in bloody big trouble. But it makes a bit of sense, because a lie, as far as I can tell, and you guys might have a different
So
view.
are you going to have him do good because of fear of punishment, or isn't that what you're teaching him?
Well, yeah, and I guess I'm not sure whether that's the right approach, but the thing I think at the moment is that there are certain.
I mean, the thing would be to do is not only punish because of lying, but to try to explain and appeal to his reason why lying is a bad thing.
Oh yes, I agree 100%. You cannot just bark out an order. You have to give the rational explanation for why it occurs. Now, and that plays out quite well, because over time you'll get experiences where you can say, "See, it does work." So he had a situation where he had a really good friend from primary school, and it was a young girl, and she was a lovely kid. And then he got to high school, and he just felt that he needed to be part of the in boys crowd, and he sort of dumped her. And probably in the heat of his, he wasn't really thinking things through. And when I found out, because I knew she was a good kid and she didn't deserve that treatment, I actually insisted that he go up and apologise to her. But in that discussion, when we were talking about, him having to do it, he was very sad. You could see he was genuinely sad that he'd lost the friendship. When he apologised, that was a tough enough thing for him. Then I said to him after that, "I'd like you to go up and say, can we be friends again?" And he actually followed through, to his credit. He did both of those things, and they would have been tough for him. But the end result was that he actually is really happy to have her back, and she, credit to her, she accepted him back as a friend. So, powerful lesson, but it's only through the conversation and explaining, that that's how it works, because then, in return, he says, "Oh, shit, Dad did know something," You know what I mean? So I agree with what you're saying. But what I would say at the moment, and I don't know whether, I haven't yet reconciled whether it's totally right, but I think that you do need, so I have 3 rules for him, all right, which I don't compromise on. One is he must not lie to his parents and his teachers. He can lie to anyone that's bad, like a Pharisee. I don't have a problem with that. But he can't lie. He must do his work, because he's the one that has to do the work. That's his personal responsibility.
Can he lie? Can he lie to you? I'm going to push it here for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can he lie to you if it would save your life?
Well, not to me, no. Oh, gee, that is a tough one. I guess you'd have to. Yeah. Am I willing to put all my?
Are you saying that lying is absolutely wrong all the time, no matter the circumstances?
Sorry, say that again.
Are you saying that lying is absolutely wrong and no matter what the circumstances are?
Not in a trust relationship. I think you shouldn't have it, right? So if it's a yeah, but there are circumstances where I think like this is again my son, right? He was telling me about these guys that are cruising around our street here. We live in a suburb of Melbourne, and they looked obviously that they were up to no good, and they gave him the thumbs up one day, and then he saw him a second day, and they gave him the bird, and I said to him, "Look, you can lie to those guys, just make sure that you're kept safe." Does that make sense? So to protect himself, I wouldn't have an objection to him lying against someone that he sensed was out to do him some harm.
Right. Yeah.
But that's not cut and dried either. It's probably a bit hard, particularly for a young guy, to work
Well,
out.
the
But
example
I
that
didn't want to cut out lying. There might be a circumstance where he might have to lie for his own safety.
the common example that is used is Christians say hiding Jews in Nazi Germany and lying to the Germans that there are no Jews in the house. You know, because
That's, to me, that's fine. That's
yeah,
perfect.
I mean you're serving the greater good.
Yeah. But you've clearly identified that the other party is, doing the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm.
At least within your moral compass. And I think in that terms, as long as and here's where we come back to the word authentic, as long as your assessment is authentic and gives credit, so you're not doing off your own selfish bat, so you're not lying to serve yourself. If you're lying to serve, the good of both parties, then, I think lying has a valid place. Actually, I can quote Jesus on that one too, because here's what he says, and this is about the Pharisees. He said, Jesus said, the Pharisees and the scholars have taken the keys of knowledge and have hidden them. So that means they were taking a lens of the spiritual story. They have not entered, nor have they allowed those who want to enter to do so. As for you, so this is Jesus talking to the people he's trying to give some advice to, he says, be as sly as snakes and simple as doves. So I think what he's basically saying is, you can fib to these guys, don't you think?
Mm.
Sort of, that's what I reckon he's saying.
Mm. Bruce, you back?
Oh yeah, I've been back.
Oh yeah, okay.
Was I telling a tale then, and we got sidetracked?
Yeah, I got distracted. I'll tell you for a second.
Yeah, well, I do too.
Oh, I suppose we have a couple theists in the room now. I could ask my question about DNA if they weren't watching.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to Colton. I know you wanted Colton back. I don't know what happened to him, but go ahead. Yeah.
Just recently, scientists have been able to get a new base pair into DNA, and they've got it to self-replicate, so they don't need to keep on fiddling with it. And they're trying to work on getting it to make some new proteins, or maybe different same proteins, maybe more efficiently, and different things like that. What does that mean to you if we could take, for some people's opinion, God's creation and make it better?
Okay, I'll answer.
And silence.
I'll answer. And hey, if you were able to, alter the genes and say improve my eyesight, or maybe even cure blindness, okay, I don't know. Sure, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I think as long as it's within the domain of nature, so it sort of fits nature, it doesn't break the natural paradigm. By that I mean if fixing you breaks something else, if it just fixes you, I think it's fine. All power to it.
Oh, I mean, we don't really know what it could do yet. I mean, it could spawn in a whole entire different, style of DNA.
Yeah, but that's where you've got to see. This is where this authentic selflessness kicks in again. When you make decisions, make sure you don't harm other externalities. It's not just about you. This whole
It'll come down to who's creating these new proteins, and for what purpose.
Yeah. And to me, those sort of decisions belong in the global community, not to some small select group. I think the public should be engaged in a discussion, and we should agree as a community on, whether it's something that we all perceive and are happy to see happen. That would be, I think, a good approach.
Are we still cloning? Yes, wait, we haven't cloned anybody yet, right? I'm sure somebody's cloned it. I mean, what happened to all the cloning business that I heard like a couple decades ago?
Well, we still make a bunch of clones and splice the genes into them and different things like that. We don't make any people clones. That's been outlawed across the board.
Do you think that was some country somewhere have done it, maybe, or attempted to do it?
I have no doubt someone has tried to move to the middle of
North
Africa
Korea.
and start a mad scientist ring somewhere.
Some Frankenstein.
Yeah.
North Korea, they create new gods.
Yeah. The
They're
sheer amount
crazy.
of money and the
Sorry?
sheer amount of money and skill you would need to do such things would make it hard to do it in secret for just a handful of nut jobs.
Yeah. But you see, if that went to the global community, I know what my vote would be. I'd vote no on cloning people. I don't know what you guys would do. What do you think the global community reaction would be? Would they vote for or against?
I think they definitely vote against. I mean, they've kind of already voted against it in one way.
Yeah.
I don't have like a moral problem with it. I would prefer if you were going to clone someone, you maybe clone them and then put them in a woman so they can have a normal life and they're not like, a lab baby.
Yeah.
But
what would cause the need? Why
About the
would
person that was born, what was the test tube baby? Remember
yeah. Yeah, I mean, there really isn't a reason that I can think of off the top of my head that we need to do it. So I don't really know why we would.
Yeah, well, I think aren't we really overpopulated for too many people in the space already?
I mean, that depends on the state of technology. I mean, if we would stop, using irrigation, the maximum population we could sustain would dramatically drop.
Mm-hmm.
Right now we could probably stop using GMOs and still have enough food. We could probably stop doing a few things. We could probably switch over to completely organic farming and probably still be okay. But the idea is, probably, 4 or 5 decades from now, we're probably going to need at least one of those things that people want to get rid of to keep on feeding everybody. So.
Well, I think we've got some other problems too, though, in that quarter, because you've got, if we can't get a good grip on climate, it's going to be hard to grow all the crops that we need to sustain our population. So,
yeah,
that's going to be a threat potentially.
The problem we have here in America is we have a lot of. I mean, it's on all parts of the political spectrum in the mainstream anyway. We have a lot of people lying to the low information people, the low information voters, the people that don't really read or look into anything. Yeah. That there's doubt in this. They don't outright come out and say that it's a lie. Most of the time they'll say there's a doubt, there's not a consensus, and they'll trick them into not caring. And then if it actually does get as bad as it's going to, they're going to be the ones that suffer for it. And that's the sad part of it. It's not going to be the people lying to them that are going to suffer. It's going to be the people being lied to.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to my mind, if you've got a problem, you go to the experts, and you don't base any of your decisions on opinions. You just deal with the best knowledge you've got at that point in time. And over here in Australia, the Climate Council and the science seems pretty locked in that we're in a bit of bother. I mean, they talk about our Great Barrier Reef being in big trouble, and there was a report that said that we're actually 14 years ahead of the predictions in terms of the trending. So, they're pretty significant. So, I think we should be listening to these guys. They should just be calling the shots, because we don't have any better information. Why are we listening to people with opinions and vested interests?
I mean, it's always bothered me. You know, why not just even let's say even if they're wrong, right? Even if the scientists are wrong, they got something, they read something wrong, they forgot to carry the one.
Hmm.
Why not just side on the safe side?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's wrong with having clean energy? I mean, that sounds desirable no matter what your future is. I would have thought.
Oh yeah, I mean, even if it's not going to destroy the environment, it's much better than making oil get more and more expensive as it dries up.
Mm. But I think you guys are making some inroads in that area, though, aren't you?
Well, I mean, we have a policy of continuous expansion, very, very slow continuous expansion of roads.
Hmm. No,
Somewhere.
but you're doing your innovation in energy, isn't that kicking along a bit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of been muted by opposition. It's not getting really what it needs to go to be a boom industry.
I blame the oil companies and the government.
Yeah, I mean, you got half the government or more not wanting it. You got a few people pushing for it, and then you got big business fighting against it. So it's a slow process.
Hmm. Yeah.
Well, I just got breaking news.
What's that?
Breaking news. Well, you probably don't know the person, but I know her for a number of years since starting out here on YouTube, like 2005-06, and we were both Christians at the time. She just sent me a PM that she was starting to hang out, and told me, guess what? I'm not a Christian anymore.
Is it Galaxy?
Yay.
Galaxy, yes.
Hallelujah.
Tanya, you do know Galaxy, yes.
Yeah. That was like big news. I got some theists on here upset.
I just got the PM. I don't know when that was. She sent it to me. When did you hear about this?
Oh, I was in one of JD's hangouts, and they were talking about G-Man being in there with Galaxy, and then G-Man freaking out.
Okay. Did she? So, what kind of position is she holding now?
I don't know. Like the last I heard, she was just questioning, kind of on the fence about things.
Yeah, she made a video today saying that the Bible God is the God of the Bible. Sorry, is BS.
And that's absolutely true. And I could tell you exactly how that came to pass.
Okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's absolute bullshit.
A word. I think a word of advice, Rob.
Yes.
and I
Go
got.
ahead.
I've heard everything you talked about on this subject, and like I said, it's very fascinating. It's very convincing, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying. But when we have an atheist in the room, and someone else is agnostic, but we have John who does believe the Bible, right?
Yeah.
Or at least part of the Bible. Okay.
Yeah.
To start out a conversation, it's all bullshit, and everything else. You've already cut the conversation off. You closed his ears. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's all right. I want people to understand my point. It's quite clear.
Wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove.
No, I tried that. I really honestly did try to be gentle with these guys, but I'd hit a brick wall with them. They go fruity on me, and I just said, well, that's it. You're going to get it straight from me from here on in.
Well, listen, man, again, you're making another mistake. Broad brushing. These guys, both sides of the fence do it. We're dealing with individuals here, We're talking.
Oh, I understand that, but you see, my story at least leaves the debate with Jesus intact, and probably in better shape than he comes out of the the Christian New Testament. So no, I hear what you're saying. I understand your point,
Okay.
but I also I'll read you another saying from Jesus, and then I'll explain why I take the stance I do.
The Gospel of Thomas.
Yeah, yeah.
Now now just as you say, well, the Bible's bullshit. Can I just
Yeah.
turn around and say, you know what, Gospel of Thomas is bullshit?
Well, you'd be wrong, but and then
But then that's
I'd invite you to have an analytical debate on that very point.
Well, I'm just
And
saying, but you understand my criticism. You're treating the Gospel of Thomas like a theist would treat the Bible.
Yeah, I understand your point, but
Okay.
but I don't walk away from an analytical debate, and the person that would be walking away, I'll if I was a betting person, I'd bet you would be the theist.
But you're being the theist now.
Well, that's what you say, but I'm calling Jesus just one of us regular dudes. Probably
Based on what?
Well, you got to remember I interpret his 114 sayings, so I think it's reasonable to say that the person that wrote those sayings, I have a feeling for who they are, because I relate them back to my modern context and what I've experienced in my life. So if I was to describe Jesus, this is how I'd do it, to give it a bit of a modern context. I'd call him someone like
I have to push this
John
point.
Lennon.
I have to push this point.
Go ahead.
Okay, I really do. I don't know if you're seeing what I'm trying to say here.
Okay.
How, you want to come against, say, people in the Bible, it's all bullshit. And I'm saying I can tell you the same thing on the same criteria.
Yes.
I could say the Gospel of Thomas is bullshit. Why should I even listen to you? You're relying on the Gospel of Thomas to be some kind of inspired writing or a record of history.
Yes.
So so therefore you are relying on opinions, no experts, as you say. So I just want you.
Wait. Can I just take you up on that point?
Sure. And then I'll let someone else.
Yeah. Sorry. You sort of framed it that I was using the Gospel of Thomas as a historic place mark. What I do with the Gospel of Thomas is I assess 114 sayings and I interpret them all, right? And what I'm saying is that tells me a little bit about the author. You've also perhaps got to take into account that there is no precedent for a lot of those sayings. So it's probably reasonable to say that they were born of that particular time frame. If they weren't, if they came from some other wisdom source, then I should be able to find them somewhere, and I wasn't able to. So I'm saying that and I'll just add that I would look at this Jesus guy as someone like a John Lennon. He strikes me of that ilk of person, or a Russell Brand. Like the rebels against the establishment, that sort of individual. Anyway, so
like the hippies of the 70s, the 60s, and the 70s.
Yeah, but a strong man of strong fibre and strong conviction, but not afraid of the opposition. And I think that's probably why he got killed.
Would anybody want to address anything said?
I'm down with Jesus.
How you
I don't know if
doing,
that helps the conversation. But
I think Jesus is one of the best philosophers ever going in my book. I would rate him ahead of Plato, actually. And I have a specific reason for doing that.
Reclan.
I have an answer to that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I wouldn't say he's anywhere near the best philosopher in the philosophy field, but I would say that he had the right points at the right time, I think, maybe.
Well, here's why I make that distinction. I read Plato, only two. I read The Republic, and I think I understand that and what its premise was, and I read Meno. Now, in Meno, Plato draws the conclusion that you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make it drink. his premise is that you can't teach virtue. You know, like wisdom, courage, and that, you can't teach it. And really, his observation is valid for his time because he makes a really strong point. He says that if you could, and he quotes some, you know, great philosophers of the period, he said, this particular guy, he would have taught his son, but look, his son's an arsehole. And so that was his conclusion. But when you actually come to the Jesus content, he seems to have, and I'm drawing on Flavius Josephus, which is, now that's a whole other story, but drawing on the text that's in there, it paints him as quite a popular figure. And we also know that there were 7 churches that Paul, who I say is a Pharisee, went out to try and evangelize. So this guy seems to have been able to draw the crowd in on his philosophy. So that's sort of that's taking the horse to the water and actually getting it to drink, in my book.
I mean, I think he's being a little more nuanced than that. When he's trying to relay that you can't teach virtue, I think what he's saying is you can teach it, but you can't force someone to actually take it wholeheartedly.
No, I disagree. I think he's very specifically saying you cannot teach it, and I'll explain why I think he says that. Because wisdom and courage so Plato's big 4 that he noticed in the good guys were wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice. Well, the only way you can get those or get connected to those things, as far as I can gauge, is through experience, and those experiences have to be preceded by a choice to be authentically selfless. That's the way I think it happens. And the reason I make that conclusion is that I happen to live with a woman who has those characteristics, and she excels her parents in those areas. So, you know, and she's authentically selfless to our family, and she has those characteristics. And I know that she didn't get them taught. They came to her, I think, by the choices she made, if that makes any sense. The life she lived.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I understand that. I just think because he's mentioned, I forget where I read that at. I mean, that might be something I just dreamed up, but it's popping in my head. I'm pretty sure from some class somewhere in some text that I was handed that they were interpreting it as you can teach such things. You just can't force someone to take your teaching when that would apply to everything. No.
Well, the next question would be, teach me some virtue. What are you going to do?
I could teach you what is virtuous and how to act virtuous, but I can't force you to do it or listen.
You could give me an example, right? But I wouldn't embrace it unless I actually probably participated in the experience. And when I participated, I get the feedback, the good feedback, because when you're a good, authentic person, people are warmer to you and all that sort of thing. And that might encourage me to. So there's got to be, I think, a choice and a commitment on my part to actually. And I'm probably actually echoing what you're saying, I think.
I think we more just have a different meaning in our heads what teaching is.
Yeah,
it seems to be mine seems to be more dealing with the person doing the teaching, and yours seems to be based more on the outcome and the two-way kind of street kind of thing.
Yeah, well, the way I take Meno was, you'll probably have to read it, but the way I took it was that Plato was clearly trying to convey the message that these things, these virtues, weren't teachable. There was some other way, and I don't recall him actually defining that other way. I think he just stopped short. That's my recollection of Meno.
We clearly don't have all of Plato's writings, so I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not complete.
Oh yeah, I get your point. Yeah, but you can join dots, you know. I mean, that's what that whole book was about. I had to, the way I approached the whole problem is that I looked across 900 years rather than looking in narrow spaces, and then I looked for patterns, and then I tested to see if the pattern was consistent, that sort of approach. So that's what I mean by joining dots. You take bits of information and you can then come up with a theory, if you like, or whatever, and then you can test it. Something like that.
Well, you know,
Anyway, guys, listen, I probably have to go because I've got a guy, we got burgled and we've got someone coming to put the glass in. So it was great having a chat. I might need to go.
Bob, thanks for dropping by.
No worries. Have a good one.
All right, take care. Sorry you got burglarized, man. That sucks.
Yeah, a bit of excitement here. Yeah, there you
Hope
go.
that wasn't any bad karma.
I know. I tell you, I think karma's real, so I must have done something wrong.
Okay.
All right, see ya. Bye.
Rick Colin, you're live over there, or are you fapping?
Oh, the first one is true. The second one is not.
All right.
I just got quiet.
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
Topic, anybody? Reclaim, you're atheist, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And a nihilist, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Well, I don't act like it, but I feel like it sometimes.
Oh, gee.
I hear you.
Oof, someone got raptured. Hope he left.
Hope he left.
I used to listen to Opie and Anthony back in the day.
Oh yeah, I remember them.
Mm.
Wasn't that like on the rock station there in New York? Wasn't it NEW? 1027, I remember, was the popular rock station there. I think Opie and Anthony was on there. The morning show or something like that. No?
Yeah, I never listened to them to the radio, but XM radio.
Okay.
I don't know anymore. Now it's like I don't have it anymore. But I think they combine Sirius and XM now. It's like, oh, I mean.
Well, I'm probably showing my age because I remember the show was probably it was before the satellite radio.
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't know they were that syndicated because they're out of like LA, aren't they?
Boston, I think, originally.
Oh.
I didn't even think they were still around. Are they still? Is still around or?
Oh,
Yeah.
well, yeah, they're
Yeah.
still around.
Yeah.
Shit. Wow. Now I got to search to see how long they've been around.
I always watch Joe Rogan, and he goes on their show a lot.
Joe Rogan Experience? Yeah, it's good.
If I hear him talk about how great it is to smoke pot all the time, one more time, I might shoot myself. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not against it, but I really don't need to hear him do a spiel about it for a billionth time.
Yeah, here it is. The show began in 1995 in Boston and later moved to NEW FM, like I said, in New York. Yeah.
Geez, they're almost as old as I am.
Well, Opie was born May 23rd, 63. Yeah, he has a birthday coming up. And Anthony was born the 26th of April, 1961.
To clarify, I meant they started radio almost before, a little after. I wasn't saying I was as old as they were. People thinking I'm an old man.
What
They did have a
people?
4-year. It does say that they did have 4 years where they were not broadcasting.
Yeah, I think something happened where they did like some stunt in a church, and that kind of fucked things up for them.
Oh, that's right. What did they do? Oh,
I think they filmed someone having sex in a church, or they got callers to film having sex in a church.
I gotta see. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if I can find the story here.
What? if that's a thing now. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Oh, here it was.
Sex, and Reuben says sex in a church must be a Baptist church. Well, I mean, if it was with boys, it could have been a Catholic church.
Well, here is one. It's called Sex for Sam. One of Opie and Anthony's stunts was Sex for Sam, an annual contest where the goal was to have sex in notable public places in New York City.
Yeah,
Couples
and
very-
someone filmed it in a church.
Uh-huh. However, yeah,
Well,
St.
it doesn't really
St.
matter where
Patrick's
you do it.
Cathedral. It was in St. Patrick's Cathedral on.
Oh, oy vey.
Oh man, that's no sure.
Did they get caught, or did the video
well-
is what got them caught, or what?
Well, it says here that in Sex for Sam 3, comedian Paul Mercurio encouraged Brian and Loretta, a Virginia couple visiting Manhattan, to have simulated sex in a vestibule at St. Patrick's Cathedral, August 15, 2002, which was also a Catholic
Simulated.
holiday. It was a Catholic holiday of obligation, and a mass was going on at the time. Oh God! Security guard caught him.
Yeah, they got big backlash. I think they lost sponsors or something. That's why they weren't around.
Yeah.
Meow, meow, meow.
So Baptist clergy are more on the sex offenders list than Catholic. You know what? I think it's because the Catholic Church protects the priests. I mean, how many convictions have we ever got on the Catholic Church? Like 0?
We've got some. I don't know the
Some?
numbers, but I know a couple cases.
I mean, it's like been over over 1,000 people been molested, but yet, I mean, like, what's going on? You know?
Yeah. Now, what I'm wondering is, just, okay, did these people become priests so they can touch little boys, or do they just start liking to touch little boys once they're priests?
I think
So
it
it's a
probably
dynamic.
has to do with the fact that they have to be celibate their whole life, that they can't ever be with a woman. Something psychological breaks, I guess. I mean, I really don't know what makes a pedophile a pedophile. I mean, broken
Oh,
mental
I thought of all
faculties.
people.
Well,
I'm just
it's
kidding.
clearly a mental illness, but people don't want to say
Yeah.
that because it's touchy and it's offensive, and
Well, it is a mental illness.
Well,
Well, it
all-
really depends on what you mean by illness. I mean,
Well, human beings aren't, pedophiles by default.
by default.
Yeah, we're heterosexual. We're attracted to adult, females, not children.
Uh-huh. I
So
thought for a
someone-
second that you said we are pedophiles by default.
No, I said we're not.
Okay.
Oh, good. I'm glad you clarified that.
Wait,
Like,
I popped back in here at the wrong time. What's going on?
Well, Rico was
I-
trying to make the claim that pedophilia is normal.
I never made that claim, actually.
No,
It's just you called it a mental illness, and I don't know how we define mental illness.
Something's broken in your mental faculties. You're not mentally well.
Oh, okay, I understand now. J-Dubs he's either not getting or doesn't believe in the difference between mental illness and what we think is wrong. He's not drawing the distinction.
Well, what's mental illness to you? For me, major depression is a mental illness.
Okay, is homosexuality a mental illness for you?
It's something.
Hmm.
What Goldstein said. I'm on his side.
Men are programmed to start liking girls as soon as they hit puberty. Puberty will technically mean they're adults. I mean,
At 13, you consider them adult.
Well, it fluctuates for some people.
11, yeah, even earlier for women.
Some people, become, early, late. All sorts of different things happen.
Oh, and I wanted to tell. I forgot. I was temporarily raptured, and God just wanted everyone to know to calm down. Everything's okay. 6-year-old. When did that happen?
See, I think that happens.
It is old.
I think the reason why a lot of people hit puberty young, they're ingesting all these different chemicals. You know, I mean, just look at all the food that you eat. All these, you know, the chicken that you buy at the grocery store, they're shooting it up with steroids and, you know, make the chicken fatter and more meat grow on it. You know, it's like, and then you ingest it. I mean, what's that going to do to your body? You know, it's going to hurt your body.
I agree with that. I think the leading theory, though, I think is in milk.
I don't drink milk, so that theory doesn't really. I hit puberty at like 4 years old. Just hit it.
I'm a man.
Wait a second. This girl is 7 years old and pregnant.
Where's that? Wikipedia? That Wikipedia link?
Yeah.
Cats can give birth to litter at as young as 8 weeks. You know, so I mean, it's, you know, in nature, you know, things can get pregnant pretty early.
I'm gonna question whoever
But I don't think that's a logical reason, though, to have sex, though. I don't think just because you can get erection or just because, you know, you're menstruating is a reason why you know, to have sex.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've talked to people. I've had neighbors. I have friends who said, you know, they had sex at the age of 12, 13 years old. I'm like thinking to myself, wow, that's pretty sick.
You think?
Yeah.
That's when I first had sex. I was 13.
Really?
Yep.
I mean, I was fucking riding my bike, you know, shooting out firecrackers with
Well, I was
friends.
doing that too.
I wasn't thinking about pussy at that age. Damn. I mean,
I was buying the bike too.
damn, you were in the snatch at 13, man. Damn.
Yeah, 13.
Were you? How did it go down? Were you dating? You know.
Well, we were dating. I was in 8th grade. I was in 8th grade. She was in 7th grade. And we were dating, and after a number of months, you know, I used to hang with her babysitting. I'm 13 years old. Hormones are going, baby. And, you know, her hormones are going too. You're in the right place, time, you know.
Well, I mean, you know, that doesn't seem too bad, I guess, if it was, you know.
For some reason, this scenario is just creeping me out.
It's a little weird, yeah.
I don't know why.
It's because it's you. That's why.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you're as old as my father, so I guess it is kind of weird thinking about it.
I don't know. So at what age? At what age does a young man have sex that doesn't creep you out anymore?
Personally, I mean, I had sex when I was 19. You know?
We were both 13, Reuben. So we were both 13. I definitely not endorse that kind of behavior now.
Well, that's what type of YouTube people. I mean, you probably have some sickos watching this broadcast. They're gonna.
Yeah. I know, Reuben. Yeah.
Ooh.
That's something you see on Rachel Mather show or something. That's what Reuben's trying to do.
You mind if I just cut that story out and make it a video of itself?
No.
Sure.
I'm just kidding, of course.
Oh God, what do I get into? This is why you should not answer some questions, I guess.
Yeah, I have a big mouth, you know.
So my question is, what age does a young boy or young man have sex? What's the youngest before it creeps any of you out? You're saying it's creepy. I don't understand.
I don't know, like 15 or 16?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, definitely, you know, later the best as possible. I mean, when you're fully developed, you know, I mean, when you're mentally ready for it, I guess.
Well,
No,
that's
I mean, if you're saying you were mentally ready at 13,
definitely not. It was emotional. It was both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know.
Well, I've been told my whole life that emotions are irrational. That's not, that's not logical to do things like that.
Yeah.
I don't think it creeps me out that young people having sex with young people. It creeps me out when someone that is, in their 40s is having sex with a 14-year-old. There's not an equal playing field there.
That's sick. I would say that for the record, since we are live, that is sick.
Oh, and can I get everyone just in a row to say the word yes? So when we go back and I can edit this, and I'll edit it so it sounds like.
Yes, I do endorse it. Yes, I do. I agree with what you're saying. Yes.
No. So I get either you or Recan saying we're all pedophiles, and then I'll just edit it down to everyone saying yes. Agreement.
Well, pedophilia it's a natural thing.
Right,
I completely endorse pedophilia.
I want to stop this right here because I do not want any possibility to happen because this is serious shit, boy. Really, I don't know. And you know what, Cerberus, I'm going to keep a close eye on you now.
Oh,
Hey, so, third, you said you were a Christian before?
Yes, I was a Christian for 30
Okay,
years.
I just was trying to get you to say yes so he could cut that out.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Was. Keyword was.
Of course, I'm just going to edit in me saying in a shocking way, "What? I'm not one. What's wrong with you people?"
Hey, if you do make that video about me, you know what? That'd probably be the nicest video that anyone ever made about me on YouTube. I have a lot worse.
J-Dubs, I've never really insulted you other than calling you Brett Keen's sidekick.
That's fine. I really don't know what that means. What am I, Robin to Batman or something?
It seemed like it for a while. Yeah, it did seem like you were like a Batman Robin going into the chat.
More like Aquaman and Seaboy or whatever his sidekick is. I don't even know.
Oh, Seaboy.
Oh, that's a low blow.
I want him hanging myself in the coat closet after that comment.
Yeah, like Aquaman. He's like, I think Brett Keen is way closer to Aquaman than a Batman. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, I'm not Brett Keen's psychic anymore. Brett Keen's, he went bye-bye. He got raptured. So.
Yeah, he's on Daily Motion, I think, and he has 9 followers.
Yeah. I don't think he's gonna come back to YouTube. Well, I know he's gonna come back to YouTube, but it's just not anytime soon. He always comes back.
John, what happened there? I think you got the Brett Keen Hollywood channel closed, and then I think he tried to open up another one, and then that got immediately smashed, and then he went over to Daily Motion, and then the latest thing, I don't know, the Brett Keen Hollywood channel got back up. What? Have you talked to him? What's going on?
I've only spoken to him on Facebook, and I have no contact with him for the past week, or however long it's been. I haven't heard from him in a Hangout, Skype. Yeah. I don't do Skype anymore either, but I think he really, I think he's changed. I think he sincerely believes in God. I think he loves his family. I think them doing better financially is making his feeling better, and I think that's it. I think he's gone. He left a post on Facebook saying he went to Six Flags. So he's out having fun, fun in the sun. What the fuck does he have to be on YouTube for,
Yeah, good
for him. He doesn't need that, I guess.
He doesn't need us for mental stimulation anymore.
So a third proverb. How do you deal with your pedophilia, your urges? How do you?
Start off right here. I'm gonna kick you out.
Yeah, there's some troll out there doing it now.
We started out really good. I was really hoping this would be cool.
But this is let's bring it into something serious. Is anyone in here believe in this concept of marriage equality and thinking that same-sex couples should be married?
I don't. I actually have a kind of strange idea. it's a libertarian idea, basically, and it's
Well, spit it out.
trying to put it into words. It's basically privatizing marriage and taking the government out of marriage. So if a gay person wants to get married to a gay person, they can do whatever they want. If someone wants to get married like ceremonially to 50 women, why not? If
I
someone
hear
wants,
you.
I mean,
As long as they're consenting adults.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's unconstitutional to have a marriage.
Well, yeah, it's a religious institution.
Yeah. I mean, why don't we just scrap it and then call it unions?
Oh,
It's no
because
longer a problem.
tax purposes, all the married people will get pissed off.
I know, but we
Well,
just
well, what the-
reclassify them.
Well, that's an issue there too. Why should married couples get tax breaks? Why
Oh.
can't we just get taxed as individuals
No,
or
no,
not taxed even at all?
I
mean, why
agree
do
with
I-
you. Married
Why
people
do I
don't.
even have to be married to visit my partner in the hospital? That's stupid. That's dumb.
Yeah, it is.
It comes down to it really comes down to you gotta understand the thing with the government. Everything is a business. It's a contractual thing. So it's not even anything about the love or anything. When it comes to government, it's about the money really. It just comes down. That's what it comes down to. Really.
Right. The government, like Reuven says in the comments here, government should honor all voluntary relationships. I mean, that's what government's supposed to be, a neutral party.
Right.
It's not supposed to take sides.
You know, I'm with our clan. I have a libertarian view. Government should be out of
Reckland.
the
But yeah.
lives of people. You know, they're.
I know your name's Rican, but I call you Ricolin. It just sounds cooler.
What is?
Yeah, I know. Well, it was always pronounced Reckland, but I changed it to this spelling so people could read it better, but that hasn't helped. No one can read my name.
Yeah, I can read English. It says Reclan.
So is it Reclan?
It's Reclan or Reckland, either one of those.
Okay, so I wasn't wrong, right?
Oh, I just want to make the distinction for anyone that's listening that may know me. I am not a libertarian. I am a big fat socialist most of the time.
Oh, I'm not a libertarian either.
Okay.
It's just that's where I got the idea from. The Libertarian Party, I believe, said that kind of thing.
My position is that the only role government should be is to you protect the country and protect the rights of its citizens. That's it.
So you're more on the conservative side of things when it comes to government size, less government.
I'm more the libertarian side. I would say I am. I lean towards economic responsibility, but I'd be socially liberal. Fiscal responsibility, social liberal. You know.
Yeah, I'm an actual liberal. I actually believe in liberty. You know, most liberals I meet today are what they progressive or socialist or something. They're authoritarians. They're not. Most liberals I know, they want to ban things. You know, a real liberal doesn't want to ban anything.
Yeah.
Let a person do whatever they want as long as it doesn't infringe upon the rights of other people.
Yeah, like your rights are unlimited, but your rights end right where the next person over's begin.
Exactly. Yep.
How very Thomas Jefferson of you, Recolin.
Oh yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Jefferson said some great things about the wall of separation of church and state too.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, I love bringing up. I love when Christians say this is a Christian nation, and meanwhile you go look at the Treaty of Tripoli. Right there it says. I think it was Jefferson was staying. Jefferson. He says this is not a Christian nation. Or it's not a.
Sam Adams, I believe.
Sam Adams. I don't know who it was. But I know it was the Treaty of Tripoli.
Oh, yep.
And
yeah, I was leaving. I was like saying to myself, Sam Adams. I mean, how could someone think it was fucking Sam Adams?
I know it was John Adams. I think I misspoke.
It's okay.
What about John
You at least
Quincy
got it
Adams?
half right, John. Come on.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, he was too busy being dead to.
The Addams Family.
Well, the reason that we were very explicit about not being a Christian nation is because we didn't want them going to war with the nation.
Mhm.
So, like,
Well, I
we
mean,
were
I take.
basically saying, hey, what?
I mean, if
What
we're
were you
gonna
saying?
say nation, right? The nation, like us as a people. I mean, for the most part, Americans are Christian, and where our principles are
I don't
founded
know
in
if that was the case at the
Judeo-Christianity.
time. It probably was.
Well, the founding
Our
fathers weren't
principles
really
aren't.
Christian. They were, Freemasons for the most part. But I mean, still, the fact is, I mean, Judeo-Christian values are what we adhere to. Anglo-Saxon culture. I mean, that's who we are.
You also got to realize that back then they didn't umbrella all Christianity under one word.
That's why I referred to it as Judeo-Christian nation.
But that's also part of the reason why they did it. I would imagine it's probably the most forefront reason. Because, the Baptists don't want the Catholics and vice versa, and then everyone else, and the Mormons.
Well, whether someone's a Baptist or a Catholic,
Wait.
it really doesn't matter, does it?
And it does Baptists and Catholics.
Well, I mean, okay, for people who are in reality and they're not retards, I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
Does that clear? I don't know. Does that clarify?
Oh, no, it does.
But I think the problem with Cerebrus is that you've been talking to too many Christians on YouTube. The average Christian, you meet in real life, they don't go, well, Catholics are really evil church and they're the devil. No one really talks like that except for Christians on the internet.
Oh, no, I'm thinking about Kennedy. Kennedy kind of united, kind of calmed all that down. Because he was a Catholic and he was trying to appeal to all the other Christians that don't worry, just because I'm a Catholic doesn't mean I'm not, go against you.
I'm sorry, I was getting off on a tangent. I completely missed that. Sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to get on you.
Oh no. I think they're stupid.
Yeah.
You can still be on me.
Yeah, Christians in general, Christianity together as a general rule. But for like political reasons, it's not looked down upon. Like when people are arguing for Christianity, they don't exclude Catholics because that like drops their number down by like a factor of like 2.
I'm sorry, recalling what did you say that you broke up for me? Something about.
Most of the time Christians don't group all of them they don't group all of Christianity together, but for political reasons, they do. When talking about like how many people are Christians, they use all Christians with.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I dare you to go out and find some really hardcore Christians. That's a funny term to me, but tell them what the Pope said, and they'll just go, "Oh, that silly Pope."
Well, not this new Pope. I mean, I always hear news stories that he's so much more liberal, and everyone loves him, and I was watching Real Time with Bill Maher, and they had this bimbo nun on the show, and she's like wetting her fucking pants over the Pope,
She's crazy.
She was squirting like I don't know. I think Ruben might watch Real Time, but I mean, if he saw that episode, I mean, she was basically squirting. I mean, it's like this is absolutely silly. What the fuck am I watching?
Well, I watch it too. To be fair, I mean, I'm sure she was excited about his policies, but I think she was more excited about not being looked down upon as much for her works that she was doing in getting the new Pope. Policy was against her for a really long time.
Isn't this supposed to be like? It wasn't.
No,
There's a prophecy in the church from what was it, Malachi?
Oh yeah, this is the last Pope.
Supposed to be the last Pope now.
Yep.
The Last Pope, huh? That could be a good title for a movie. The Last Pope.
Starring Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah. Make it an action movie.
Or the movie title can be Rapture.
That doesn't tickle my ass like The Last Pope does.
You'll have Schwarzenegger playing the last Pope?
Yeah, I mean, this time he's not just back; he's back
Yeah.
with machine guns.
Instead of like get to the chopper, you can get to the Vatican, you know.
I just imagine.
Yeah, he has a minigun and he has to fight zombie demons.
I'd be the Pope.
Yeah, he has to fight zombie demons.
Yeah.
It's gonna
Rock
be great.
monsters, from the Noah movie. Yeah.
Cardinals turning into zombies.
And dragons. Dragons.
Okay, I have some
All the
dragons.
dragons.
Godzilla meets
Yeah,
the last
he's
Pope.
gonna have to use a minigun to kill dragons. Godzilla couldn't exist.
Godzilla meets the last Pope.
That can be a spinoff.
Yeah.
You know, we could
Yeah,
have
that could work. You know?
we could have a Last Pope 2 where he becomes all cybernized and then the machines rise up and he has to put them down.
Oh yes.
A robotic Pope.
Why not? Well, I mean,
Robotics.
I guess he'd be a cyborg, but yeah, why not? You could do that.
Pope Johnny 5.
God may have not made him perfect, but we made him perfect. Get a whole entire $6 Million Man kind of intro going.
I used to love that show when I was a kid. You used to have the sound effects.
Yeah,
Then they had the Bionic Woman.
I never watched that.
So I'm reading the text here. It says Rick Colin. It says you've been going to church.
Why you call him Rick Coleman? It's Rick
Oh, yeah.
Man. Why you call him?
That's a name that we've been going way back. I mean, I've known him for a couple of weeks. That's what I've been calling him.
Rick Coleman?
Way back in the
Yeah,
day, 2
a couple of
weeks.
weeks. That's way back.
Way back in the days of when? What, 6 months ago?
You hate New Testament Christians? They're great because when I bring up the Old Testament, they don't know it.
New Testament Christians. Now we have a new.
No, my
new,
friend wanted me to go to his church, and I have for the last few weeks.
For the past few weeks, you went to church?
Every Wednesday.
What'd you do?
Now,
Did you lose a bet?
No.
He's just going in there preaching the truth.
well, I was going to
No,
ask.
I'm not preaching anything. My friend just wants me to.
Well, have you been
You what?
rethinking the God question? I mean, going to church, has it been, turn you into a good person?
Well, I'm always open to the possibilities.
Oof. Loose women.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
we've put all the terrible chat in text.
New Testament Christians. Yeah, the New Testament Christians actually.
The
Yeah,
problem with
that
the
whole
Google,
adultery thing, they don't worry about that.
the problem with these Google Hangouts, the chat doesn't show up on the screen. So when you're talking from the chat, the audience think you're having like some sort of religious experience. You're talking to yourself or something.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
if you're going to address the chat, I guess we read the chat first.
Yeah.
Hey, Reuven, do you just choose not to talk, or do you not have a microphone?
I wish he would talk. I've known this fucking prick for like 6 years, and this guy.
I'll buy you one.
Look.
I'll buy you a $5 microphone and mail it to you, Reuven.
Yeah, very inexpensive, Ruben. What's going on here? Why not? Why wouldn't
Sure
you?
you would.
Reuven's a typer, not a talker.
Well, wait, Ruben, you used to talk in Steckam.
He used to talk in skit camp.
Yeah.
Huh.
He was smart. It was his tag was smart and stick.
Yeah, I know. Smart 3, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he talked. I mean, I can't recall his voice. I guess
I am anonymous, actually.
Anonymous. Well, you
The only thing,
Ooh.
except for my location, I'll give anyone my location. They can come and get me.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna tell them which house it is. But other than that, I'll tell them the neighborhood. I see someone wandering around, I'll just take care of that. uh,
So,
I'm gonna throw out a couple theories here.
I have a drone too, but yeah, it only goes like 100 feet away, and after that, it just stops working.
like John said, Reclan, people are gonna think you're talking to yourself.
Oh
Yeah, he's
yes,
having one of those religious experiences.
I'm
I
talking to my savior, Kent Hovind.
Oh God.
Kent Hovind is my Lord and Savior.
It's so
we
bad.
need to free Kent. Hashtag let Kent go. He was framed. Like it's impossible that he did something bad.
So, Service, what was your question?
Oh no, I was going to lay out a theory that I think Goldstein here is Shaquille O'Neal.
It's quite possible, but I would highly doubt Shaquille O'Neal knows how to operate a computer. That's just my thinking.
Oh no, he's a
Shaquille
very
O'Neal.
big.
He has an. Yeah.
I mean, he barely
Yes.
knows how to play basketball. I mean, shit. Was that hateful, guys? I'm sorry. I apologize.
Not at all. I don't follow the
Hey, stop cursing. That's not what a good Christian boy does.
Oof, I'm such a bad Christian. Ooh.
I will give you his skills were lacking compared to some others, but he didn't need it because he was so big.
Yeah. I guess your anus knows that better than anything, huh, Cerberus?
Zing!
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yowzer.
I just said that because I was reading what Reuven said, and then I thought, oh yeah, this is a dick joke. All right.
As long as it's not Magic Johnson.
Magic Johnson would
Hard.
kill you with penis.
He would kill me with his HIV. Well, eventually.
So how do you
It's
feel
a
about
matter
the
of would you bleed out first or would you die of AIDS first?
I don't know. I'm a pretty big guy. I've never really tested to see how much can go up there, so I don't know.
I don't think that that's entirely truthful. I know you've had like a water bottle and you've wondered, hey, would this fit? Huh?
A water
And it
bottle?
did. Yeah.
I don't know if we're thinking about the same kind of water bottle, but that's pretty damn big.
Yeah, it is. But the thing is, you tried to put it up there and it crumpled and it didn't work. So you had to freeze it. So
Oh,
and
God.
once it was frozen, you took it out of the freezer and you started.
God, I don't need sound effects, Rico.
That's great.
Come on now.
I love it.
So it's not just a water bottle; it's a frozen, ice-filled water bottle.
bottle. Yeah.
It's a popsicle.
I don't know. I am pretty sure I'm not capable of that, but I would say one thing: that would wake you up faster than coffee.
Now there's a new craze. People put coffee up their rear end, and it's supposed to give them like a rush or something.
Enema.
Coffee enemas. Yeah.
Coffee enemas. Yeah.
Well, suppositories do
Yeah.
absorb.
There's also these high school kids that put vodka up their shit chute, and they end up dying from alcohol poisoning.
Yeah.
I don't know if people
Yeah.
do that anymore.
I take all my medicine in suppository form.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I don't think Goldstein likes Shaquille O'Neal. Like he was all nice and pleasant most of the time. Now he's over here talking about STDs and
Man,
abscesses and stuff.
This is definitely a hellbound hangout right now. Oh, too funny.
If there is a God, I'm going to hell for this.
Nah, Rick Cullen, you're going to the after show with me, man.
Yeah, my Christian friend, he tries to, like, he's trying to convert me, but he doesn't want me to know. It's a really weird situation.
He doesn't want you to know?
Yeah, he doesn't want me to know that he's trying to convert me. He's trying to, like, be the cool friend.
You know what you could do to fuck with him? You know, one day just say, you know, when he's trying to convert, you say, you know, I'm no longer an atheist. You know, I'm a Jew now. I guarantee you he'll shit a brick. No, you were supposed to pick Christianity. No.
Shit a matzah.
Mazel tov.
No, I'm just gonna choose the religion that Idol Smasher is. You know him?
Yeah, of course.
He's not necessarily a Jew, but
I guarantee
He's
you
a Noahide.
$100 that your friend won't even know what a Noahide is. So.
I think you just need to tell him.
What denominational persuasion is your friend there, Reclan?
He's non-denominational, but I'm pretty sure that Emmanuel is like.
That's such the new hip saying now. I'm in a non-denominational church. You know, it's like.
Yeah.
Well, that just means that they want to appeal to everybody and get a lot more money.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
It's a New Testament church.
It's a modern church. I know. I've been to those. It's funny though. You know, you be in the church and hear, you know, do not be of this world, do not be like the world, but yet they go and copy the music, copy the video production, copy everything in the world to expand the religion. Funny.
Yeah.
But I heard there was a story. You guys listen to The Thinking Atheist?
I try to keep away from bad people.
I
try
don't.
to stay with the good
I know
people.
I know the show. I've never watched a full episode. I don't like the show, honestly.
Oh, okay. I actually like it.
Well, that means you're dumb.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
That's
I know. But I am dumb sometimes. That's for sure.
Oh well, everybody is. Some people have more moments than others, like me. You know.
But he was they had a show recently because Seth, I forgot his last name, but he used to be a Christian broadcaster and then he became atheist. But so now he addresses some issues in the church, and the last episode was about faith healers. And there was an incident. You know how in some of those churches they do a thing called slain in the spirit. You guys know about that?
new.
No?
I don't.
Okay. Well, it's a thing they do in the Pentecostal charismatic churches. It's supposed to be a gift of the Spirit, and what happens a lot of places is that the preacher will, you know, lay hands on them and they start falling back. I don't know if you ever seen some of those Benny Hinn videos.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, well, that's slain in the spirit. It's you know, it's really an old magician's trick, a hypnotist trick. But anyway, this guy thought he was going up to get healed. He had head and neck injuries. So in the churches, when the people usually fall back, because I was part of these churches, they would also have ushers who would be the catchers. They would catch the people falling back this way. They, you know, and put them nice on the carpet, and they would have their spiritual moment. So, so this one guy, he was going up for healing for his head and neck injuries, and apparently gets slain in the spirit, but nobody was there to catch him.
Oh, wait a second. I didn't even realize this was a thing.
Yes, it is a thing.
No, I'm talking about this. I was reading on the
Why
church
would you
I've been
interrupt
going to
what
his
he's saying?
website.
Go ahead, John. What were you saying? I want to hear them finish that.
Okay, well, the guy, yeah, he falls back, and there was nobody to catch him. So now it just, all his problems that he had health-wise just intensified.
Oh,
And he's He sued the church for like $2 million. I don't know where it's at in the case, or I think it's still pending. It's going on for like 2 or 3 years. I think this happened in 2010.
He should have had a good Jewish lawyer. It would have been over in a couple of months.
Wow, we're covering all the
Colin,
bases.
what were you saying, Colin? Next time, don't interrupt someone when they're talking.
Oh, I thought I was talking to myself. I didn't know my mic was on.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Having another one of those religious experiences, I hear you.
Yeah.
I have no problem with you talking to yourself, as long as you don't get answers.
All right. Yeah, it says on the bottom of this church's website, it says prayer request form.
Mm-hmm.
And
you guys in here might find this funny, but I was actually talking to a Scientologist on Skype, and
Now you just interrupted Reclan.
well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
What the hell? What was that?
Go ahead, Colin.
well, basically, there's a form to have people at the church pray for you. You fill out a form, and they pray for what you want them to pray for.
Yeah.
Is that like a normal thing, or?
No.
Actually, it is. I guess. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm always on the assumption that, especially when I'm talking with atheists, they have they either were Christians or have some idea of Christian culture. But yeah, in a lot of the non-denominational evangelical churches, yeah, you go in there when you're visit, you're handed a little brochure, the itinerary, what's going on of the day, maybe the songs that you're singing, and then they'll have like this card, for people who are new there, and you fill it out, your name, and all this stuff, and your prayer requests. Yeah, it's a marketing thing as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Well, there you go. Yeah, it's definitely a marketing thing. Yeah. They won't tell you that, but of course.
Well, Jesus is very marketable, especially when he's like the blue-eyed, blonde-haired Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
I love pronouncing it.
I got the only
Jesus
Jesus I have is he pushes a lawnmower. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, man, some of these big churches, they got coffee shops going on, and
Coffee shops in the church?
yeah, you go look, these gift stores and everything. Look at ministries like Joel Osteen or T.D. Jakes, these big mega churches. Man, they got these. Joel Osteen he bought one of the stadiums in Texas recently and turned it into a church now. It holds like 15,000 people. They bought the stadium. They got no joke.
Reuven is actually showing his cam. That's Reuven.
There it is. Yes, there's the funny video. I love that video. They play the song "When the Bodies Hit the Floor" or something. What is that the name of it?
Let the bodies hit the floor.
Yes.
Let the bodies hit the floor.
I had the
bodies hit the dun dun.
Great, and I love it with the many hints. It's awesome.
This is a great video.
Yes, it is. Okay, gave you the link. There's the link. Oh yeah, it's your favorite.
We should open the YouTube app.
Yeah. How do you? Can somebody do it, or do I have to do it?
I can do it.
Oh yeah, go ahead. So we can. We'll hear the freaking listen to it. Are we able? Yeah, we shouldn't have a. We're not infringing on copyright or anything, are we? No. Right?
No.
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking YouTube and Google. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure if something.
Benny Hinn looks like he's from like Bangladesh or something. Where is he from?
Yeah, he is a Mid-Eastern. Oh God, I don't know. Yep, Google it, man. Google. Do the go ahead, man. Shoot for the YouTube app. Do it. Let's do it.
He's Palestinian. Oof, that just made my asshole pucker. Oof.
This amazes me that
What amazes you?
Jesus Christ. So many fool to buy this guy. I mean, No. even when even when I was a Christian, I mean, to me, I mean, the blatant ones were just like Benny Hinn was just totally just phony to me. Guys like Creflo Dollar and Kenneth Copeland, these prosperity teachers. I mean, they were just, to me, blatant scam artists. I don't get it. I don't get it.
You know, it is what it is, I guess.
What do you call that? What do they call that? What do you call that? Is it cognitive dissonance? Is that the word?
I don't keep up with the fallacious arguments, man. It's like whenever I talk to some non-believers, they always have like 5, 6 new fallacious arguments that they invented. It's like it's hard to keep up.
But I don't think that's considered a fallacious argument. Cognitive dissonance is just a state of mind. But
okay.
Yeah, continuing to believe. I mean, right? Continuing to believe something despite.
yeah, it's holding two different viewpoints that are in conflict.
Okay. Okay.
I don't have the YouTube app open, so I don't know.
Yeah, wasn't Reclaim isn't gonna play it?
Yeah. Oh, do you want me to play it
Yeah.
like the volume too? You can just click on the YouTube app when you move your mouse around the screen if you're on a computer.
So I can play it, but I can't do the video.
I'm watching. Reuven is doing the video, so.
There he goes. Slaps another one. Slaps another one. Praise the Jesus. What's up?
I was going to say, what if you infiltrated this and just slapped him back? You got up there.
Well, if someone hits you on your left cheek, turn to him the right, I guess. I don't know. That's it, proverb. That's it. Blast it.
What's even happening?
Yeah, don't blast the actual music. That will get you in trouble.
Oh, well, well, that's what the problem. I was thinking, what the hell's the difference? Google and YouTube. I mean, Google owns YouTube.
Well,
yeah.
But they don't own bodies hitting the floor or something, yeah.
I mean, but they don't own this either.
Whoa.
Yeah. Okay. Now, how do I get out of this?
YouTube owns all bodies. That's a fact.
YouTube owns everything.
You can Google it.
You can
Google it, right?
over.
That's not.
Google's going to own the planet in 5 years. I mean,
Google owns everything. You should Google it. Oh, no.
I hope Google doesn't take over Amazon. I actually like
That's not going to happen. Google isn't all that bad, though. You know who's a bad company in general? Comcast Cable, Verizon, just the wireless carriers and internet providers are not good companies.
Yeah, the cable company I have, Cablevision, they're somewhat okay.
Net neutrality died. Sorry, you go ahead.
No, go ahead. Net neutrality. What happened?
It died today.
It's
yesterday,
deader than Jesus on Good Friday. You're saying?
What?
I said net neutrality is deader than Jesus on Good Friday.
What's net neutrality?
It basically says that everyone has an equal path on the internet, basically like Netflix can't hog the internet. They have to make room for everyone to use it.
Okay.
So if a big company like Netflix is sucking up the bandwidth for sending out videos, even a little company, like a little website, can have some space on the tubes.
Okay.
So net neutrality, basically not having it, basically means that these larger companies can just fuck the internet, just swing their dick around, and no one can do anything about it.
Yeah.
Makes the internet slower.
And what? Some law passed today or something?
Yeah, today.
Yeah.
I didn't think the law passed today. I thought they fast-tracked to get it to vote.
Oh, okay. Okay, the vote. Okay. It's a little more complicated than that too, though. Net neutrality. I mean, it's a lot to it, but that's like the biggest concern.
Yeah, but they've already approved the plan.
So this is almost pretty much just like starting another monopoly.
Well, basically, people are going to have to pay more to get faster speeds. Basically, I mean, if you want to, get more reliable internet, the companies are going to have to pay more, and these bigger companies that use the internet, like Netflix, get paid less. They don't have to pay as much. I mean,
No. You have it backwards. Netflix and Amazon are going to be charged by the ISPs.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not too bad, but so net neutrality gets rid of that, right?
Well, basically, what they're trying to push through is like they're going to slow down all of the internet, like 1/4, but then they give like people who pay, like Google's probably going to pay priority.
I get
and they
you
get
now.
full speed, like fast lanes is what they're calling it.
Yeah, so basically rich pricks can get faster, better, more reliable internet. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually more like rich pricks get the internet we have now, and then we get the shitty internet.
Yeah, I guess. There's a lot of serious shit that's going up on the internet, like having to pay to use the internet. There's been talks that they want to restrict people with blogs and who voice their opinions, and they have to get special permits to have a website and all this other stuff. So there's a lot of other stuff we should be concerned about as well, not just net neutrality.
A free and open internet is going to be needed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know what that means, free and open, but I definitely do think that the internet should be like, like your water pipes, it should be equal. I mean, it should be distributed equally.
Okay. Yeah, under Title II of the Federal Communication Act of 1938, I believe. I'm probably getting that completely wrong. Whatever the case, it basically talks about common carriers, so like utilities. And utilities get some rules added on to them and that sort of thing, but internet is not considered a utility, and we're trying to change that.
I guess the internet could be considered a utility. I guess as a libertarian, I don't really have a problem with that being considered a utility. I wouldn't have a problem technically with if we nationalize the internet. That should be that's what we should do.
I think Taiwan already did that.
We should just fucking at this point. Nationalize telephone and television. Nationalize all three of them.
I know it was a big issue, and over here, in the States, was the internet tax, the sales tax on internet purchases.
Yeah.
Which was before the internet.
Andrew Cuomo, my governor here in New York, must have passed a sales tax for the internet. That really pisses me off.
Yeah, because if you're going according to, say, the postal regulations, when you're delivering stuff across different states, now, like before the internet, you had the catalogs. Now, if you ordered something out of state, you did not pay tax for anything you ordered in your catalog. If you ordered something within your state, you were charged tax. And these, the argument, and I would have to, agree towards those long lines, is that that same kind of principle should, was carried over for the internet for many years until recently. Now you have some states that are now by law have to charge tax, for your order on.
I don't think people should be taxed just for buying something. I think that's so ridiculous. If anyone should be taxed, it should be the corporations or the businesses that make the products.
I personally believe in a flat tax across the board for everybody. A flat sales tax, eliminate all. I mean, this is of course, you know, I'm ideally thinking here, but get rid of all tax and just have a flat sales tax, and you're just taxed on your consumption.
Yeah, I think it should be lowered. I mean, if you think about it, the French Revolution happened because they fucking raised taxes too much. I mean, they raised it to 15%, and people started beheading people left, right, and center. I mean, we pay what 30, 40, sometimes even 50% in taxes, payroll tax, property tax, income tax.
You easily give over half your paycheck into taxes in some way or another. Yeah.
And so, what my question is, when are the American people are going to start going French Revolution on the government? That's what I want to know. I mean, when are people going to be so sick of wasting away as a slave, and all your income is going to government, to people, and then they give it to people who don't even work? We're paying for ne'er-do-wells to be ne'er-do-wells, for losers. So
This is why I'm so for a flat tax, because even if you had illegal immigrants, they still have to consume things, and they would be paying a tax. They would be paying into the system. Everybody would be paying something in the system. So that's why I'm for a
yeah.
Well, I'm
flat
not.
Reuven left a comment saying Russia has a 13% flat tax. Why are they more capitalist than we are? You know, it's kind of interesting. Russia has become more capitalist, and we've become more socialist in a way. I mean, we kind of switched.
I'm
Reversed our roles a little bit there.
I am for placing in a negative tax for the bottom couple brackets, and then maybe adding in a consumption tax.
Well, the problem with that is
what?
the lower brackets they get more benefits, so they should. I mean, they should pay into it too.
A negative tax?
Well, he's basically saying they should
Give the
get
money.
money instead of pay into it. They should get out of it.
I know what he means. It's just a weird way of phrasing giving people money.
It's a fancy way of saying welfare. And it's basically what it is. We already do it.
I have no problem with
Socialism.
welfare. As long as we're still trying to build opportunity, I do not care if there's welfare or not. I would like it to be there.
I think it should come with restrictions, welfare. I think if you work for like 10 years and you get laid off, I definitely think there should be some sort of insurance that you get paid to help you while you're looking for a job. But I just think if someone's not doing nothing with their life, and they shouldn't get anything. I mean,
Here's an idea for you. Here's an idea for you. I think when it comes to people being in need, this is where the church and the local communities have to step up, and this is to take their role. You know, what if, you know, again, you're asking with welfare, again, you're asking for the government to get involved. So then we just keep going down the same slippery slope. How about getting it out all totally? And if people had more of their own money to say, you know, to keep, and they can put it towards whatever their church or the community, these kind of funds or volunteer organization that they can do on a local level to help people who are in need in their community.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
But giving people more money doesn't actually ever fix the problem. Like
Well, I
back
mean,
their
think of
wages.
it like think about it
no,
like this.
because we're not like the capitalism is not a thing that happens. It doesn't happen anywhere. Things get charged what the market can bear, not supply and demand.
Well, capitalism is also creating wealth and through dividends and you know, creating products and stuff. So it's a little more to it though, Cerebus. But why don't we do this though?
What I'm saying is it actually just doesn't exist at all.
No, capitalism does exist.
How? How do you get capitalism when
With
you charge
iniquity.
what the market can bear and not supply and demand economics?
Well, with iniquity, when you invest in a business or anything really, you're creating wealth, and that wealth is capital.
Yeah, but that's not what capitalism directly is.
Well, capital is
The mechanism of it.
the definition of capitalism is where two or more parties exchange goods on a without being ripped off, basically. So if I trade you a cow for a chicken, that's a capitalist. That's the free market capitalism. If I come up to you and take it with a gun, I mean that's obviously not capitalism. Or if I take your cow and give it to a poor person, that's not capitalism.
Yeah, no.
So
Well, what I'm saying is it has its practice, and Joseph Smith, no, not Joseph Smith, What's the guy that wrote the book back in the 1800s about capitalism?
Adam Smith.
Adam Smith.
Yeah.
Hey,
Adam
when people
Smith
say
was-
capitalism, they think supply and demand. That
Well,
does
that's
not exist.
that's one part of it, though.
But that does not exist. Period.
Supply and demand.
People having more money will not allow them to buy more things because prices will go up because the market can handle higher prices.
No, well, if you have more goods, let's say if there's too many businesses selling crayons, the prices are going to drop. But if there's less businesses making crayons, the price is going to go up. That's how it works. I mean, that exists.
That's how we want it to work.
But that's how it does work, though.
Really? You think people really compete with Crayola?
Well, that was an example. Well, look at your computer. I mean, look at your hard drives, your monitors. It goes down once the technology gets better and more people are buying into the market. The prices go down because there's more demand and there's more products. I mean, look at what happened with the prices of memory. Like I was reading a technology article a couple months ago. There was a fire in Japan or Taiwan, and a lot of the memory got destroyed, and the prices skyrocketed because there was less of them. So those things do. I mean, it does happen. I mean, supply and demand is a real thing that hurts and us when it goes not in our favor.
I have a weird idea. After you're done with this subject, it kind of has to do with a welfare system.
I mean, you can ask your question, man.
Oh, it's not a question. It's like an idea. It's like a whole subject. So if you guys want to.
Oh, I mean, I would make one last statement, then whatever. It's not so much have to do with the technology. Like, let's take the LED screen, for example, or LCD, whichever technology you want to think of.
Sure.
Those wouldn't have become popular if they weren't cheap. Those would just sit on the shelves.
Right, because they became popular because of demand. I mean, people want a flat screen monitor. That's like people want less clutter. People want better, efficient products that doesn't hog electricity like a big CRT monitor would do. I mean,
yeah, but if they stayed, a couple $1,000 for a flat screen monitor.
Well, they
no
were
one would've bought them.
actually when I first bought my flat screen monitor, the one I'm using right now, it's about 8 years old. This was a $300 monitor. I mean, I got it on sale on a discount, but that's what that price they went to. I can get one now for $100 because I bought into the system early. I was willing to spend more money for the demand that they had less of them at the beginning, so therefore it made it cheaper for more people to get it in the future. That's how supply and demand works. If you have more demand, the supply is going to go up, and the prices are going to come down.
No, if you got higher demand, they'll just make more and keep the prices where it is. There's no reason for them to drop the price.
Well,
they'll drop it to whatever people will pay for it.
But you are absolutely right what you're saying, but it doesn't happen in a vacuum. You got to realize there's other competing companies that undercut the competition. So if one company is selling for 1,000, another one might sell it for 900. Now you might say, well, it's still a lot, but that does help.
But usually, in the beginning with electronics, it's only like one or two companies who are making this new product, and then
Go out and buy a 4K TV. They cost $10,000, but guess what? There are people buying them for $10,000.
Yeah, the thing is, it can't play 4K usually.
That's true because you got to wait for people to buy 4K cameras and 4K, better bandwidth so that the information can travel better over the telephone cables. Things happen slowly, but it happens over time. Kind of like evolution in a way. Small change over time.
Yeah, and it can add up to big changes.
You realize if competition was the big thing, though, I mean, Apple products would be cheaper.
Apple products would die.
Well, you're actually, you have a point here, but with Apple, people are buying the name brand. So the name of Apple actually adds price to the device. because people are kind of dumb and they go, well, I want Apple because it's the better product, when technically speaking, it's probably the worst product you can get.
Yeah, and they just bought Beats. They're like, it's like the Apple of headphones. So
I would actually disagree with Reuven in the comments. He says anything's better than a CRT. I used to have a really good CRT, and those things are beasts, man. Those things are powerful monitors, man. And they last long too. My LCD TV is shit. You know, it's about to die.
Don't CRTs not go very black? Don't they have like really low,
really crisp color,
contrast?
really good picture quality? Yeah, they do.
That's not what I said.
Yeah. Stay in the
Well,
opposite.
that's what they. I mean, I've used our CRT for years. They do have better. I mean, personally, I mean, my eyes could be different than yours, but I always thought the picture was better.
Yeah, I actually have I have like a 72-inch back projection TV. It's pretty fancy.
But I want to add to something Cerberus. I think Cerberus is getting to a point, though. It doesn't seem like, even though technology advances, it gets worse at the same time. Like, it seems like you can buy a TV made in the 70s and it would last 30, 40 years. But if you go out and buy a TV today, it lasts, what, 5, 7 years before it breaks?
That's
Well-
not inherently because technology is getting better. That's because they're artificially making demand.
Yeah, they're purposely making it break after less time. Apple products.
I mean that could be. I mean it could, you know.
No, it's
It
not a
could also-
conspiracy.
It could also be
have come
the
out
Chinamans that
saying-
they hire in the factory as slave labor too. You know.
Well, that's some of it, but I mean, it's designed. It is literally designed on purpose. Like CEOs have said it in public at meetings.
Yeah, they're designed to last a certain amount of time.
So you're saying like a big old bulb TV is like designed to last 30 years, but the little tiny little LCD dots in my monitor that power my LCD monitor, little dots, little dot, whatever they're called, pixels or whatever. You're saying that they're designed to expire.
Not the pixels themselves, but the screen. Sure.
The little
It's the overall product.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
the LCD will last forever.
You know, it's BS. I actually have like a 17 or 18-inch LCD TV, and when I bought it, it had 7 stuck pixels.
Yeah, I mean, every manufacturer does say that, you know, there's a certain number of pixels that are, you know, estimated to fail. You know, and they consider it normal too. I mean, they, you know, if you get a monitor with a missing pixel, they consider that like normal.
Oh no, it's Apex, and the stuck pixels aren't just blank; they're like bright red. Gets a bit annoying. It's Apex.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying. I don't know. I guess I have a problem understanding what you're saying, Recall. I think it's the accent. I guess I don't. I'm not used to your accent. I don't know.
Yeah, I have that accent.
I don't know what accent I don't know what accent it is, but it is something.
Standard American English.
Well, they say people from Kansas has the standard American.
Oh no, it's Wisconsin and Minnesota.
Well, no, that they sound like
yes.
Canadians. Oh dear, what's going on here? Oh dear.
I'm from Minnesota. I don't sound Canadian at all.
Oh, is that it? You're from Wisconsin. What you said?
I'm from Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. Yeah. That's what it is. You
Yeah.
sound funny.
Oh yes, I do.
Well, they're having a whole conversation over there.
Who is?
Over where?
In the text, I haven't been paying attention.
Oh.
Jordan Day.
Oh,
He used
I
to be a
see.
big time YouTuber. Then he got raptured. I don't know what the hell happened to him. Yeah.
I used to be a big time YouTuber, but then I get kicked out of the YouTube community.
What were
And
you,
now
the big
you
YouTuber,
do.
doing? What were you doing back then?
Oh, I was doing some very controversial content.
I bet.
Oh yes, I criticized Duck Dynasty, and I had my channel taken down for it.
He decided to focus on his real life, started a family. You know, I wish I could cut the internet cord, man. I wish I could wake up one morning and never use the internet again. You know.
Oh, I can arrange that.
Well, not with a bullet in the head, Colin.
Oh,
You're thinking bad, man.
Well, he
I'm not
wants to
gonna.
wake
I'm
up,
not
remember?
Well, actually, technically, I actually technically don't want to wake up either, but that's, let's not get depressing,
No, it won't be a bullet. I mean, that makes too much sound.
Oh, okay, it's one of those Obama drones are gonna hit me.
No, no. It's not a drone per se. Um, well, it is a drone, but it won't be shooting rockets at you. It's actually mounted with a 50 BMG, and it will
Okay.
be a bullet after all. But it'll be a bullet made of ice.
So it just milks away after it, shoots me in the head.
Oh yes.
No
yes,
evidence. There's
That's
no
possible.
evidence,
Oh yeah.
if you could arrange, I mean, I guess we're gonna get in. I don't want to become a negative Nancy here, but if you could arrange that to happen, go ahead. I wouldn't mind.
All right. You wouldn't mind. Many years from now, I'm gonna be the president of Canada. And Canada has
I don't
drones.
think Canada has a president.
Oh, they'll make the position for me.
Okay, yeah.
It'll be slightly above the prime minister.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the president of England next year too, myself. Yeah.
Now the cool thing about France is they have a president and a prime minister, I believe.
Do they? I don't think they do.
Yeah. England isn't even a country.
Well, I pretend England doesn't exist, but that's because of bad history.
Yeah, and the cool thing about France is like they can enact martial law legally. It's pretty cool.
Their martial law.
What's martial law to a Frenchman? They're gonna run around with a loaf of bread and, get back into your house, and then they smack you with the bread or something. I mean, what the fuck, Or they crack a bottle of wine over your head.
Oh, did you do know that tear gas was invented by a French person, right?
I have a French joke. Anyone wants to hear it?
I just
Well,
made
actually,
that up.
Technically, it's a Polish joke. Actually, I take that back. Never mind.
Well, then no, I don't want to hear it. It'll be that way.
Opie, I don't really know if it's possible. I don't know how someone would be able to judge that.
Is it possible for there to be a creator god? Of course, there's a creator god. That's just reality. I mean, if you're not delusional, Opie, then of course.
Well, the thing is, I don't think. Yeah, the only place where the stereotype is that French people are cowards happens to be the USA. When in reality, the USA, that its people are cowards. They're not standing up for their freedom. Myself included in that.
But I want to tell Opie, I'm an atheist, and I know there isn't a god because I talked to Yahweh and he's never seen one. He's not sure about the whole thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
I talked to this guy. His name was Lucky, I believe it was, and he says there is no God. No, but I don't think we have enough evidence to judge whether something is possible. Like, that's like saying, is it possible to move faster than the speed of light? Like, we think so. Other people think it's impossible. We don't really have a reason to. We don't have any evidence to base
Well,
we can't really assess probability, is what I'm trying to say.
From what we know, we have good reason to believe that we can't travel faster than light. However, there are ways to go from point A to point B and beat a beam of light there.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
What the hell? I mean, how's that even possible? What, are you gonna swing around a black hole real quick? I mean, what the fuck?
I mean, as soon as you can manipulate mass and bend and stretch space, you can beat light anywhere.
Guess, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, all you need to do is be able to manipulate mass and create artificial gravity and bend space. Nothing
Yeah, I
much.
mean, it needs a lot. I mean, mathematically, that's what you need to do.
Reuven, what are you now? Just curious.
Well, the joke is that he looked in the mirror and he. Oh, okay, never mind. If I have to explain,
He's his own god. I see.
I should. If I had modding privileges, I would have removed you for that. That was
Why?
pathetic. That was bad. Because he didn't get the joke. Come on.
Oh, okay. I was talking about removing Ruben.
No, Reuven gets to stay. Ricolin, you gotta be quick. You gotta be quicker on your feet, man.
Ricolin.
Oh yes. I'm a big fan of Ricola cough drops. I actually I take them in suppository form.
We heard that before, yeah. You like everything
Yeah.
suppository.
Well, that's the most effective way to take my medicine.
Is that what kids are calling it nowadays? Their
Oh
medicine?
yes.
Bend over,
Yes.
son. I got a shot for you.
Yes, that's
John, you-
that's something that's been said to me. Yes. Oh yeah.
Room went awful quiet. What happened?
John, you probably know what this is, but does everybody else in the room know what an egg cream is?
Oh no.
Is that like a candy? Still alive, brother?
He just muted himself.
Who's playing music?
That's you playing music. Hello, George
I think-
McFly, you there? Hello, George. Hello.
What the hell? How did this... Alright, how the hell do I get out of this?
No, he stopped it. You can't get out.
You're trapped, McFly. There's no way out, man.
Third proper. Don't touch the play button. Just watch.
I didn't touch anything.
Oh,
Wow.
boy.
He's being attacked by his speakers.
What the hell? Okay, see, I pause it. All right, then my mic comes on. What the hell?
What are
What?
you doing over there,
What are
buddy?
you doing? I haven't even touched it yet.
It's fucking possessed.
Well, close out of your browser, reopen it, man. Well, actually, don't do that. You're the host.
I'm
Close
gonna
it.
have to go out of the room, I think, to get rid of this.
All right.
Hold on. All right. Be right
You're
back.
gonna leave animals in the room without a zookeeper? This is gonna get wild in here.
All right, how do I wait? Dude, I'm. Where do I mod you? Where do I mod? Where's the mod?
I recommend modding Reuven. He's a good guy.
What do I do? Control room? Is that it? Do
Yeah, control room.
Okay, but where's the thing for? Oh, share controls. I got you. All right.
To answer Opin's question in the comments section, I don't deal with the whole dimension thing. You know, that's above my pay grade. You know, I don't get into that. I mean,
Hope he doesn't
obviously,
believe in time.
Well, actually, that's going to open up a big can of worms. But I mean, obviously, I know 3 dimensions exist because I'm actually in 3 dimensions now. But other than that, I don't know if there's 10, 11, 13, 100 million dimensions. You know, I'm not.
Well, you know of 3 spatial dimensions, is what you know of.
Wait,
Right. I mean,
are
that's
you sure?
obvious. Yeah.
Are you sure you're in 3 dimensions?
Well, I'm not.
It
a
could
two
just be
dimensions. I'm
one
not-
dimension
I mean, I'm not a
crumpled
flat
up.
picture on the wall. Come on now.
I mean, you might just be some sort of weird projection from a one-dimensional object.
That's cool. That's true. I've actually talked to someone who actually thinks something like that, similar. That's crazy. I don't take that. I don't take that position. That could be. You might as well make the argument. Oh, I could be just a brain in a jar and hooked up to the Matrix.
Well,
Obviously, I
yeah,
don't.
that's a good point.
But if you're gonna think that way, what's the
Philosophical.
even point of even thinking? What's the point of even? It's silly to even think that way. What's the point of
Yes,
what's the
but
point of making an
all
argument?
philosophy is silly, right?
No, not all philosophy. Just the philosophy of you're a brain in a jar and you're hooked up to a fucking computer and you're in another dimension controlling another dimension of being and from another dimension. It's just let's just talk about what things we can speculate that are actually true. If that makes sense. I don't know.
Deal with
I'm
what?
yapping.
No, it does.
Let's deal
I
with
wouldn't say. I wouldn't say it's all silly. It's the basis for every scientific field.
Saying that we're a brain in a jar hooked up to a matrix it's silly. Yeah,
Well, no, I know that is, but I was referring to what he said.
Who says that?
I'm sorry. I recall it. I don't know, for some reason his accent, I can't understand what the hell he's saying sometimes.
Oh, I can't understand what I'm saying either sometimes.
Well, that's just because you have a you only have a 1-digit IQ, but other than that,
Oh, yes. It's a one-digit IQ. That's a good joke on your part. Very very clever.
You guys got like a love-hate relationship, you two?
Is that what I said? I2? Is that my accent?
Sound like IQ to me, but then again,
But me and you are New Yorkers, though, John, so we kind of understand each other,
all I heard was Walrus eating a sandwich.
Take the car, take the dog out for a walk,
I think it was grasshoppers drinking beer.
Oh, yes. Let the bodies hit the floor, man. That's what you need to do. This is a great video.
Take the dog out for a walk, park the car.
So you guys know what an egg cream is, or what?
Isn't that a candy? Isn't that a fancy candy?
I'm very surprised you, John. You don't know what a fucking egg cream is.
Egg cream. It's those cream. It's those little chocolate things with cream in them that people get.
No.
Oh, okay.
The only thing you got close is chocolate.
Oh, is that a chocolate cream? I don't know. I have no idea.
No.
Egg cream. Tell us what an egg cream is. Is that a
An
sexual thing?
Egg cream basically is chocolate milk with seltzer.
Oh, okay. I should have known that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is embarrassing. Yeah.
Now back in the day, you used to go to they still had like soda shops still existing.
Right. Yeah.
And they would have the seltzer that comes through the machine. Because it's very difficult to make a seltzer that tastes that good back, with the bottle seltzer, especially it loses its fizz after a while,
That's true, yeah.
Unless you had one of those, they used to deliver seltzer bottles, it'd be one of those compressed air bottles. So that was the thing to have, to get a really good egg cream. But you can still make them. I make my own egg creams here, and I get addicted to them when the weather gets warmer.
Yeah.
So
Do you guys like my profile picture? Yes.
What's your profile picture? The Affinity?
Infinity.
Yeah.
No, it's an 8.
It's a sideways 8 that flashes different colors.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not bad. Yes. Yes.
Okay, it's a cool little GIF,
I
Yeah.
thought it was a very
Or
flamboyant,
GIF, depending on.
hooligan mask.
Yeah,
What?
it's very flamboyant, very queer,
Does it show up? Does it show up like that on your YouTube channel?
Oh no, only on Google Plus and Hangouts. YouTube will be soon though, I think.
There's supposed to be a way to do it on Facebook. I don't know. I couldn't figure it out.
Looks like Opie's over there having a conversation with Reuven there about spatial dimensions and time.
It's kind of funny because Reuven
So
doesn't have a mic, and we're talking about random bullshit. They're having like really intense, like complicated argument through type.
So, Reuven, do you subscribe to string theory, or what ideas are you appealing to when you talk about spatial and temporal dimensions?
I have a friend named Adam Lohr. He comes in the Hangouts once in a while.
Adam Lohr.
He came up with a theory that things get bigger as they get smaller. As you know, it's some weird
Yeah.
shit.
String theory agrees with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it just hurts my brain. It's just over my pay grade. I mean, it's amazing that people can come up with, things like that.
Yeah.
I don't believe in supersymmetry, so I don't like string theory.
Yeah, I'm not in the string theory myself. So I mean, I really don't know what it is.
Well, string
I
theory
mean, I know what it is.
basically.
I just never get into it. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna come up with plane theory. Every point in the universe is actually an infinitely long and wide plane. It's twisted about through the universe.
Wait, is every point the exact same long plane, or?
Oh no, they're different long planes. They MG42 Pillbox is calling me.
Well, get him in here. I like his special brand of not right.
I consider Spellbox actually a friend. I mean,
I can't invite people.
I met him a couple months ago, and the guy's pretty cool. I would hang out with him. Yeah.
I personally think he's hilarious.
Yeah.
You over there fapping, John?
What's
Yeah,
that?
but I don't think that a plane hypothesis would actually work with a math, but other than that, it's a cool idea.
Big Bang never happened. What am I looking at here? What are these links?
Oh, I've seen that that documentary in quotations before. It's a lot of people that do French math that have theories based only in math. And they've kind of sort of made special math up to make their stuff make sense.
Oh, I make up special math all the time.
Well, I mean, it's it's logical. I mean, if you can do a math equation and and the math works, I mean, it logically makes sense. I mean, they come up with a whole crazy amount of theories using math. And speaking of Adam Lohr, I mean that was like, do I have like magic powers? I can just call upon a name and like snapping my fingers, he'll shows. I mean, damn.
Your prayers was answered.
How you doing, Mr. Lohr? I was talking about lore theory with these fine folks in this hangout.
Yeah, I just now turned on the broadcast. I was watching it, and like as soon as I turned it on, you guys are talking about my stupid weird theory. But yeah.
Yeah, it's the lore theory. Yeah.
Oh, what is the law theory?
The lore.
Things get bigger when they get smaller.
It's basically, in my theory, the number line is a loop, so it eventually wraps back around, and then so that makes space and time and even size loop back around once you like zoom in far enough or go into it far enough.
Math is not explanatory. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, math doesn't explain I mean, 2 + 2 = 4 doesn't explain. I mean, I don't get what Opie is trying to say. What's his point?
Math can't tell you what reality is. He can only explain how things you observe react. Like you can make up a fictional dimension and then give it some properties, and you could do math to explain how those properties work. but that doesn't mean the dimension exists.
Well, I mean, oh, okay. So you're saying even though it makes, if the math equation is correct, you're saying it doesn't mean it's true? Is that what you're trying to say?
What?
Because I always figured that if you could do it mathematically, that would make it logically possible. Am I wrong, or?
I don't
No,
even.
I mean, it makes it possible.
I don't even know where to start with that statement.
Oh, I don't know either. It's above my pay grade.
I know where to start that statement. Tell me I'm right.
You're right, bro.
Yeah.
Recklin, what was your plane theory that you were talking about?
Oh, it wasn't a theory. It was just a kind of idea. I don't think the math would work, but instead of string theory, where everything is an infinite one-dimensional line, every point in the universe would be an infinite two-dimensional plane.
Isn't that just like M theory?
I suppose.
Is that an actual theory you came up with, Rucohen?
Well, in M theory, they have membranes, so it's not just like in string theory you have lines. They're like just one-dimensional loops, but then in M theory you can have entire planes or entire volumes that are like these strings. The string theory.
I actually had a really good idea once in high school when I was high. And it's not that the universe is expanding, it's just that things look farther apart as time slows down.
What?
While you were high, you came up with that?
Yeah.
I couldn't have guessed.
The universe is not expanding, time is just slowing down.
It does seem like time is slowing down at times. I can tell you that for sure.
Seems like it's speeding up to me.
Humans
So why
have
would
no
that
concept of time.
Why would that make the universe appear to expand, though?
Yeah, because
when
it
you
was
trip
high.
and roll-
That's damn it.
When you're tripping balls on LSD and you don't have a choice
No,
about
but-
it. Makes
If I remember correctly, my thought process was we look out into the universe and these things appear to be getting longer away, or farther away, not longer away.
Hmm.
And maybe it's not they're really getting longer away. Maybe we're just perceiving that it would take us more time to get there because we have less time per time. Or something. It was something stupid like that.
It was the
I don't
acid.
think that's
That
stupid
seems
at all. I think
interesting.
It was after that hit a tab of acid. And
Oh.
everything was just slowing down.
You think light is going slower from these things? That
Mm.
That wouldn't make sense.
Well, as you look out into the universe, you're seeing more space-time, right? Like the closer something is, the less time you see. The farther out you see, the more time you're going to see, right?
Yeah.
Is that kind of what?
Yeah.
That's how my theory works too. I don't think that the universe is really expanding. I think it's just it looks like it's expanding from within, but if you were able to look at it from the outside, there's no expansion going on at all. It's just everything's infinite.
I think what he was trying to say is that the actual photons were going slower. I don't know if that's what he was trying to get at.
I honestly don't know what I meant because I was high at the time, and that's all I remember.
Like
But
Ruben says in the chat, I mean, are we sure he's not currently high? Question mark. Yeah.
I don't know what I'm saying, 'cause I got high. 'Cause I got high. 'Cause I got high.
Yeah, I don't do that anymore. Last time I took rainbow acid, I ended up in the back of a truck, 100 miles from my house. So it's never a good thing.
I had the same thing, but I was driving, not in the back.
Yeah, was that you then driving me
That
down?
is
Okay.
It was you. It was him.
It was him.
Oh, that was you. Oh. Did you have to go to the doctor the next day, John?
Wow, there's a whole other hangout going on.
Yes.
I'm sure there's hundreds of them going on.
No, I mean like with people that I know.
Wow.
I do have to know, does anyone know if G-Man's in Galaxy's Hangout?
No, I don't think he is. Let me check.
So I mean, before we I mean, I don't know if people are gonna wrap up and go to other rooms, but I wanted to ask the question.
Seems like it.
Smart was saying there's like 10 dimensions or whatever there is. if there's more dimensions, does that mean that there's more parts of me if I go to a higher dimension? Like if I go to like the 10th dimension or whatever, there's like 10 different sides to me? I don't know if that's like a real question or not.
Like a multiverse kind of deal.
Well, that's like it's like asking if you have a one-dimensional line and you take it and you put it into three-dimensional space, is it going to have depth, width?
Well, obviously it's not, because it's
No.
you already.
You're not going to have more sides based on moving you up to a higher dimensional plane.
Well, let's take Mario for example. Mario was a 2D character once, and then he became a 3D character. I mean, is that like a possible thing? What would he look like in a 10-dimensional dimension, whatever the fuck it's called?
I
I'm
It's kind of a
we
weird- it's kind
haven't
of a
seen
weird
actual
question.
the thing about Mario is that's a game. We don't actually have.
I get that, numbnuts. I'm trying to do a
Okay,
thought experiment.
I don't know how to answer the question.
You would-
I'm gonna be
Mario-
honest.
It was brainstorming. Come on, guys.
A 10-dimensional Mario would look like 10 Marios within each other.
Oh, see, there's an answer. Thank you, Adam.
But then when you rotate it, it will look really distorted and all weird, and you would be able to see the insides of him and the inside of his stomach, and you would be able to see from one angle, you would be able to see just his stomach in all these different these different dimensions, or you could turn him completely inside out, so you could see the outside of him as if it's the outside of Mario within 9 other ones. You know what I mean?
That's cool. That sounds interesting.
The in would become the out.
Opie, you seem to really be passionate about the Big Bang Theory. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did the Big Bang happen? Let's see. Big Bang never happened.
Oh, not this question. No, not this again.
Oh, is he posting videos about the Big Bang not happening?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like he has a problem with space expanding is what his
Oh, nice. I want to.
problem is.
He's got a stick up his ass, it seems like.
Is this like plasma cosmology or something?
Opie, you got a mic. I mean, can you talk to us? Can you?
Oh, Adam, if you're looking for arguments against the Big Bang, a lot of it is going to be like creationists arguing against the Big Bang.
Well, I don't know if you know this, Recolin, but Adam has a lot of problems with the concept of Big Bang.
Oh yeah, I know. That's what I just said. I mean, if he's looking for arguments against it, I don't think a lot of the creationists out there are cosmologists in general.
Well, why would you go to a creationist for cosmology? You know.
That's my point. But
I think a lot
creationists are still making videos
You know
regarding
what's
it.
interesting, Colin, that you say that? Within, say, the field of biology, very few scientists go from being an atheist to a theist. But within the realm of cosmology, scientists will look at the facts, and then they will say, this is fucking nuts. I no longer believe in atheism. I now believe in a God because this is too fucking crazy. This doesn't make sense. Like the cosmologists that really study the problems with the Big Bang and stuff, they come to the conclusion that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, not,
even
more,
if the
not
big
more often than not, but I mean within cosmology, you know what I mean? People switching over from one to the other. I think in cosmology, that's probably
yeah,
one.
if we presume that the Big Bang Theory is false, that doesn't prove a God, though. I know you're not saying that,
No,
but I'd
if
just
the
like
Big
to make
Bang
clarify.
theory is true, it demonstrates a God.
So,
Because
Recklin,
of all the
what
fine-tuning.
would prove God, though, Recklin, to you?
What's up, MG? How you doing?
What up, players, ladies and gentlemen?
Yo, what's up, man?
It depends on the question you're asking, MG. Are you asking what would prove there is a God, or what would prove that Jesus is God?
No, I'm just saying personally to you. We're talking about Big Bang. We're not worried about if somebody rose from the dead or is the son of God. We got to first establish if there is a creator. And I'm curious to you, if you're saying the Big Bang was disproven, that would not hurt your belief system and obviously no intelligence creating the entire universe.
I don't really have an opinion regarding the Big Bang, seeing as I'm not a cosmologist and I don't understand the theories at all.
But you awful talk
That
about
makes
smack
sense.
when it comes to the Bible, though. I mean, it's just like, at the first chance you get to smack down the Bible, you just whip
Oh.
out your brick and.
Yeah, it's a double standard as usual.
Yeah.
But
Well,
my
I
question
haven't
is,
read into the
what
Big
do
Bang.
you say?
I've
You're
read into the
saying that you
Bible.
can't believe it. You're saying you don't. You're saying you do believe it, but if you don't believe it, it doesn't matter. You see what I'm saying? You can't have it both ways.
That's not what what?
You're just saying if it wouldn't disprove God if you. I mean, it wouldn't prove God if you disprove the Big Bang. Now you're saying it doesn't matter. Now you're saying you're not a cosmologist.
No,
Why bring up a subject like that? Why say it wouldn't just?
I didn't bring up the
or
Big
prove it?
Bang.
Well, I just heard you say that if you disprove the Big Bang, it wouldn't prove God.
Yeah.
When I walked in. Right.
We were going from a subject like Adam. He doesn't believe in the Big Bang Theory. I was thinking like if
It's
you're
not that
looking
he
for
doesn't
arguments
believe in
against-
it. It's not that he doesn't believe in it. It's just that some of this bullshit that they propagate, it doesn't really fit with his. Doesn't.
I'm not saying whether it's true or not. I don't have the information. I'm just
No, I
saying
got
that
you.
he doesn't find it convincing.
No, for you though, you don't believe it. Are you saying you don't believe it because you're not a cosmologist?
Well, I don't believe that the Big Bang happened. I don't believe that it didn't happen. I don't really have an opinion, seeing as I'm not.
Okay, all right, man. We'll go on to something easier then. All right. I don't know. I'm just trying to be honest with you, bro. I mean, Recklin, I've talked to you a couple times now, and I just want to know your worldview. But if there's some agnostic parts, we can't talk about them. If there's just some blanks, like I don't know, I guess we'll move on.
At least he's honest.
Wait a second. First, do you see that? Do you see that as a bad thing? Admitting that
No,
you don't
I
know?
think there's a part of me that says good, because then I'm saying, you know what, that's cool that this kid's being honest enough to say, hey, I don't know. But then there's another part of me that says, why are we leaning towards this position in the first place, or why are we saying we have to be a cosmologist to believe in something?
Oh,
when there's evidence for something,
you don't have to be a
can
cosmologist for something. It's
observed.
just I haven't looked into it enough.
So now let me ask you this though, but you do believe, I'm not going to get into evolution right now, but you do believe in obviously later forms of evolution, but my point is obviously, is it possible that you think that there could be a creator and then, you might turn into one of these deists or theists that believes in evolution, or you're just not one of those people that just doesn't care, evolution is true, which automatically disproves God anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I don't think that evolution necessarily proves whether a God exists either way, but regardless, you're saying that evolution is like the base of my life, and it's not. It's just
it's the
Right,
bane
it's
of
not.
your existence. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I think there's a lot of ways to be confused, Recklin. There's a million ways to be wrong sometimes, and there's only one way to be right when it comes to both.
I don't think the atheists go around practicing atheism as much as a Christian goes around practicing Christianity, that kind of thing.
It does seem like they do have a dogma, though. I mean.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
Do you understand how there's a constant automatic acceptance of things without even knowing about it? That's what the atheist community does.
I
Can
never
you give me
even
an
heard.
example for me?
I live in New York. And
You're overgeneralizing.
I live in New
Hold
York.
on.
I just want to comment to John for a quick second. I live in New York, and I don't really hear anyone talking about atheism until I got on the internet, and I got hit with, some anti-religious bullshit.
Well, that's my point. You're in New York, and there's atheists probably walking by you all the time. They're not going around preaching it like.
Yeah. What? So that's a good question. If someone doesn't believe in something, why do they spend so much fucking time talking about it? I mean, every atheist I've talked to on the internet.
Come here to experience the mental masturbation. Come on.
I mean, I don't believe in the tooth fairy, but I don't make video after video.
People
calling
aren't
Tooth Fairy
worshiping the
a cunt.
tooth fairy.
I'm not saying damn the tooth fairy. He's a cunt every 5 minutes. He doesn't exist, and that's it.
People aren't getting on their knees and worshiping the tooth fairy.
Right.
Are you sure about that?
Tooth fairy believers don't.
There's a lot of people getting down on their knees worshiping a lot of different things we call
then again-
Exactly. It's only the Bible. It's only the Torah that's attacked, Shay. What a coincidence.
It's the Bible that's evil.
Tooth
Yeah.
fairy believers are not influencing social policy, though. That's the thing.
But what's wrong about making society better based on moral principles like
Making
Bible?
society better. That's
I
kind
wanna
of
live in a better
that's an
world.
opinion.
Why shouldn't a Christian nation be ruled by Christians?
Well, that's opening a can of worms. We already touched on that subject about America being a Christian nation. I don't know if you want to get back to.
Yeah, I don't believe that America is a Christian nation, so that would be a catch-33 for me.
Do you think it ever was?
Not really.
Okay, so can we go back? You said that atheists just accept things without having a reason to.
Yeah, and maybe not you. Maybe you think you have a reason, but 90% or above, and of course this is a statistic I'm talking about my own experience in life, more than 9 out of 10 atheists that I will meet accept things like evolution that helps them basically feel good about their idea. Hold on, let me finish. That helps them feel good and helps them, reinforces their ideas about how God is not true because they automatically accept evolution. And nobody ever has had any evidence for evolution, let alone somebody who didn't even study it, who's just believing it because either somebody in school or TV or in social media told them that it was true. There is no evidence for it, so atheists have to just accept it by blind faith.
Okay.
So let's ask Reclaim, why are you an atheist? That's all.
Actually, I'd like to go back and ask
No, that's
him
an excellent question.
Yeah, I'll answer it after he answers my question, alright?
Okay.
Do I have to answer another question?
Yeah.
Are you a deist, Recklin?
What?
I thought you were a deist.
I was. I've been going between atheism and
He
deism.
changes his opinions, beliefs as much as he changes his underwear.
Yeah, it's really nice, when I can just switch cars and change my personality, once in a while. I can just
I've never changed my personality.
I can dress up like James Bond and tell people my name is, Mulak Balaji and go places and live 2 different lives. I mean, but
I'm not living 2 different lives. MG42.
Come on, bro. You can't be doing this sitting on the fence. Oh, now today I'll be this and I'll do that.
No.
And tomorrow
I've been an atheist for years. It's just I've been questioning it, and I was actually going over to deism.
Okay.
You're actually thinking about it. That's good. I mean, you're being intellectually honest, and then if you become persuaded, you're going to change your mind. I think that's a good trait.
Yeah, I agree, but MG42 seems to disagree. Now,
no, I agree with what. Who just said that? Was that Cerebus?
Adam.
That was Adam.
Oh, Adam. Okay, I don't have the screen here.
MG, when you say
Adam, good one, Adam. I agree with Adam. Go ahead.
When you say evolution, are you referring to just neo-Darwinian evolution? Or are you talking about all models of evolution when we're training to biology?
You can't say there is an infinite.
How many
Here's the problem
models
with
are there?
Yeah, there's an infinite amount of models of evolution, so that would be impossible to say all the models. There is a general overview, though, in society about evolution, meaning that things led to different things without intelligence behind them, and that is the belief system that is just accepted by people who want to believe that or want to be part of something because they think that they are smarter. There's just many different reasons. There's a billion different versions of evolution. Everybody just has their own idea of it. No 2 atheists have the same version of evolution.
Okay,
I've tried to find it for years.
A lot of creationists actually, they say that they hold to a high disparity type of evolution, like all the kinds were created and there is like variation in the kinds. Is that
right?
What you're saying?
Well, absolutely, because species completely... Hold on, let me finish my question. The reason I believe that is because species is broken down the exact same way. And that's what they've been proven for 150 years now as they've broken down the species.
Hold up.
Wait a minute, its classification system has perfectly matched up with the word kind, just science-wise. So
there is changing of the kinds then. If
no.
species
No. Yes. Things change over time. It has nothing to do with evolution. Change and evolution are not synonymous. I'm sorry. Evolution is the difference of different animals rising from not the same type of animal over time. Over time, I become older and my skin becomes darker. I'm not evolving. That is change over time. I'm not evolving into anything. Sorry.
Okay, so you said that species and kind are the same.
Absolutely.
Is that the definition you want to go with? Because I'm going to cut you down in a second.
Of course I do. The dictionaries list them as synonyms. This is just obvious reality. They're synonyms, yes.
Then evolution has already been proven in the lab. The way you define it.
You're talking in space circles, kid. You're not really listening to reality here. Kinds are species. Do you know there's 15 different definitions for the word species?
And I told you.
There is no evolution in the lab. When you have bacteria that makes more bacteria, that's not proving the idea of evolution. There is no evolution in the lab.
I gave you an opportunity to define kind any way you want.
You don't have any opportunity to do it. You just made a false statement. I'm dealing with somebody who's living in La La Land. Do you think bacteria making bacteria proves your evolution idea?
Okay.
You're not in reality.
Do you believe that there are different species of bacteria?
How did I know it was bacteria? Isn't that amazing? It's always
You
bacteria.
said bacteria,
No, yes,
so I
no,
used
bacteria
your
is no. There's different species of birds. There is no bird kind. A hummingbird cannot give birth to an ostrich egg, ever. Do you understand that?
Okay.
It doesn't. Yes, different types of birds will. There is a hummingbird kind. You know what that means? Hummingbird species. Yes, exactly like the word
Okay,
species.
but I'm asking you. I tried to tell you. You used the example bacteria, so I tried to use
there's
your
different
example.
species of. There could be different species. You would list a human
So-
being that could. No, hold on. You would list a human being. Let me just say this. Well, let me say this. If there was a human being born, and then they could no longer reproduce with other human beings, you would call that a new species.
I would not, actually.
You would not. You would not. Then what do you base your ideology of species on? I told you my view. How do you base yours? Where do you get your idea from species?
A species is
You know what? This might sound hateful,
Yeah.
but sometimes I wish people would, have evolved the ability not to breed anymore. It just seems like some people can breed.
Okay. Now, do you think that in the lab, I'm going to go by your definitions. You can use whatever definition of species that you want, that you find reasonable.
Recklin, I'm just proved the point right there. You don't even have your own terminology in your head. You don't even know what you believe. You couldn't even answer the question, Recklin. You don't even know what you believe. I'm trying to figure out what you believe. You're not
I know
sure.
exactly what I believe. I'm trying
You're all
to
over
give
the place, Recklin. You're talking about bacteria, different species of bacteria. Oh my God, that proves that we all came from a rock.
Question.
That's not what evolution is. Okay.
Evolution is a psychological mind warp that destroys the
Pillbox,
brains
we
of
could
people,
practice
no matter
conversation.
Pillbox.
Oh, Cerebus, how you doing, buddy? Good to hear you, man.
Earth a pillbox, all right? I'm just going. I
Right,
have the
yeah.
definition of species. If you want me to give it to you,
I would love. Do you agree with this definition? Is my first question.
roughly.
See, say every
He's still on the fence. He's still on
every
the fence.
time. Oh my God.
He's on the fence.
I don't
on
even know why I waste my time with these people, Shay. It's
I
like
know.
talking to kindergartners
Oh.
that have been brainwashed.
man.
You've got to be kidding me. Can you
By your
Shay, are there
definition.
anybody out there that knows what the hell they're talking about at all? Any atheist know anything? That's what I'm trying to
MG.
figure out.
Let's
Dear
go.
God, Recklin.
I'm
You
going.
gotta pull your
MG.
head out of your ass, kid.
Pillbox, calm down.
How can we have any kind of conversation? We can't agree on a definition of something.
I'm not
You know.
disagreeing. I'm just letting him use his definition, and I'm going to prove evolution using his definition.
How do you know it's
Are
my
you that
definition?
powerful, Rico?
You have got to be
Because you
kidding
just
me.
said, pillbox.
I said that's my. I said the definition you were gonna read is my definition. Are you psychotic?
I'm gonna.
You never said that. I can go back on video and show that you didn't say that, dude.
Okay. I didn't say what.
You didn't say that I was going to give you a definition. You didn't say anything. You asked what definition I had.
Yes, and then you said I'm gonna read it, and then I asked you if you believed in it, and you said
I never said that. You're
roughly.
misquoting me.
Oh, okay. So Shay and I were laughing about something else. Okay.
Can we go with the Webster's definition of species? There it is in the chat. There you go.
All right.
A kind.
I'm not going to
sort,
talk to him if he's going to lie
A
blatantly.
class of individuals having common attributes.
I never said
do we agree
anything
on
about
any of
reading
these?
off of a definition of species. I was going to let you use that definition that you presented.
Hey, I can.
What's
I can
up,
prove evolution.
Cerberus?
I can
Okay.
prove evolution is real.
Go ahead.
I talked to Yahweh on a regular basis, and he said he watched it happen.
All right. So pillbox, can you answer my questions? Or are you going to go off
Recklin,
on a
Recklin,
tangent?
my question is, do you know which definition of species you believe in?
Yes.
Which one is that? Can you please read us the definition of species you believe in?
What do you mean read?
Oh my God, Shay.
I'm not going to read a definition. I'm going to read my.
Oh
I'm
my
gonna tell you
God.
my
All right,
understanding.
Shay, I'm starting to lose brain cells right now, bro. I'm going to hit you back in a few minutes, man.
All right, take
Do
it
you
easy.
see
Go
the
out for a smoke, man. Yeah, go. Ricolin, do you have any definition that you adhere to, or is it just up?
Yes. He said read. I'm not going to read off a definition. I'm going to tell him the definition that I know to the best of my knowledge.
Well, can I just know it just for offhand, just so I know for the future?
Roughly, a species is a group of creatures or animals or organisms that can produce fertile offspring. That's the basic definition. When we get into evolution, we have to. Species don't really exist. Neither does kind. We're all really just.
So what species what species? A human social construct? I mean.
Well, yeah. Species aren't like.
Adam, we got one of these in the room, Adam. Oh God.
Species is just how we organize animals. It's not like an actual.
I just love it. And just these people, nothing exists in reality. Everything's a social construct.
Wait,
no,
so
I didn't say it was a social construct. I said sure for the sake of argument.
You don't believe that species actually exist? That you think it's just a construction that we categorize
no.
in a particular way? Anyone could categorize it any way they wanted?
The species are not like distinct in nature. They're all. It's just. If we use the definition, species exist, like groups of animals that fit the definition of species, yeah, but species is an idea we made up.
So it doesn't exist objectively in nature. It's something.
It depends on what you mean by exists, really.
Well, you're saying
existence is a social construct too.
What?
Yeah, it's not even close to what he said, J-Dubs.
I can't understand a fucking word he's saying, no offense.
I think he's saying that it's a word we made up to describe something when we're actually talking about something that's a continual process that's really the same thing as it was before.
Yeah, we're just organizing them. They're not. It's not like
but if
separated
you can
into the
organize
same.
something, right? I mean, it's objective. There's something there objectively to organize. You can't just do it any which way. You know, I can't organize a way where squirrels are considered, marsupials instead of rodents. I mean, that's not possible.
Yeah, actually.
So species
marsupials
exist because there's.
No.
Makes sense.
We made up the words to represent these animals, so it's not going to necessarily. There's not going to necessarily be a word for just marsupials if another group of people like spoke a different language. They can different taxonomic organizations.
Recklin, why are you an atheist now? What changed your mind?
It's just
like somebody told you that.
Nobody told me. It's just I realized I didn't really have a reason to be a deist. It just didn't. It stopped making sense.
So why were you a deist, though? You went from an atheist to a deist back to an atheist within a couple months or something?
Well, for a second there, I found the cosmological argument. I thought that was a good argument. Then I realized that it really wasn't.
And we were talking about the Big Bang earlier. You believe in the Big Bang, or you don't believe in the Big Bang?
As a general thing, I don't believe that the Big Bang. I don't think the universe began with the Big Bang. I don't believe that at all.
Okay. So then you don't believe in the Big Bang.
It didn't begin with it, but it ended with it.
How can you have a Big Bang without the Big Bang? How are you going to take the Big Bang out of the Big Bang theory?
No, I'm not saying.
Theory.
Wait. I just want to prove that I could understand you, and they're not really thinking really hard. He's saying maybe not necessarily the beginning.
I think Reed Collins a few fries short of a half.
So I believe in evolutionary theory. I just don't believe in evolution. Is basically what
yeah.
No, that's not what I said. I said that I don't believe that's how the universe was.
Big Bang.
I
didn't say that.
I don't believe in small
what I said,
change.
I don't think that's how the universe started.
One second, Reclaim. I'm trying to correct them. He's actually more like saying he believes in evolution, but not abiogenesis. That's a better analogy.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I said that I don't believe that's how the universe started.
Okay, but Recklin, in the Big Bang Theory, it states that about 14 billion years ago, there was this thing, the Big Bang, an event.
Yeah.
So without that, it's not the Big Bang Theory. You no longer believe in the Big Bang Theory. If you don't believe that the Big Bang happened, you don't believe in the Big Bang Theory.
Exactly.
That's
Thank
what
That
I
doesn't
said.
make any fucking sense at all.
That's what I said. I said I don't believe that's how the universe was started.
So then
Go-
but you do believe in the
question.
Big Bang Theory?
Question.
No, I never said that.
Oh, okay.
Question.
What's up, Rob?
Hey, welcome back.
Hello. What difference does it make? Who gives a shit how it started? Seriously, what difference does it make how we got here?
I hear you.
I hear you too.
I think it makes a difference in regards to what he believes. If his belief in God or the non-existence of God is based on the Big Bang or cosmological type of arguments,
It's not.
or if it was in the past, rather, then
It was. Yeah.
that's
How
the
so? How does it make a difference?
well, that was his reason for believing in God.
What?
So it would affect whether he believes in God or not.
The
Rob,
cosmological
you just
argument
tapped in
was.
here. We're talking to Reclam because you went from atheism to deism to atheism, so we're trying to get why.
Yeah,
was a
you see,
really
I
short
think,
period.
I think that's where the fundamental error occurs, is that you assume what God might be, and it seems that there's only, like, there's a guy in the sky. That's one idea. There might be an idea that it's a part of us as humans. There's another concept, but
Rob, you're telling me there's no old man in the sky that grants wishes? Come on, you're breaking my heart, dude.
Sorry, there's not, and I can tell you specifically where he was invented. But
I gotta hear this.
Isaiah 40:22 is where the whole concept of a sky god was born, and the Persians did that. But so, you know, I think that's the primary question: is what is this thing called God? And listening to what people actually say, you know, what they say they think it is.
Well, who
I
came
think that's
first, the
the-
Persians or the egg?
Who's that?
Persian.
Who is that?
The Persian.
That's
Well, actually-
that's Roar, man.
Oh, okay. Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on, man?
What's up, guys? I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was just having some fun with my icon. Go
So
ahead.
Reclan, so how do you think it started, or? And my question is,
I don't really think it started.
Yeah, I mean that I would kind of go. I mean, to me, it comes to I have to just accept it was, and always was, and you know, it just baffles my mind. You know, we say start like you know, now we're putting things in a measurement of time, and we're trying to explain things that are almost out of our scope of understanding.
Well, can I give you a Gnostic Jesus perspective?
Not again.
Oh, sorry, the truth. What do you want? You want me to make a story up?
I want
That's what
lies.
gets us in
Yeah.
Sorry?
Rob, Beasley, can there be the possibility though of a God outside of the Judeo-Christian idea or monotheistic God? I mean, do you open up to that possibility?
Yeah, so if we take the Gnostic Jesus, what he will tell you is like what the Cherokees say. The Cherokees say that there's a good and evil element in both of us, in all of us, ego and this goodness sort of thing, and I can explain that in detail if you want. And then if you look at the Gnostic Jesus, what he says is that there's a living Father inside you. It's not up in the sky. So I think the Cherokee and the Gnostic Jesus are talking about the real stuff, and I would argue that the sky god concept is a load of rubbish that was created by the Persians to manipulate the Judaism religion so they could take advantage of that population for their expansionist plans going into Egypt. That's the way I would talk to the topic. That's how I understand this God thingy. Oh, silence.
Have you ever read the Bible?
I looked at I looked through the Bible, Old Testament and New Testament, for every mentioning of the Gnostic Jesus text. I also looked at all of the prophecies. I looked at the prophecies, the book of Isaiah, and the prophecy book of Daniel and the book of Revelations. And I find that those stories were all written post events that they tied in and presented as prophecy. So, you know, I hold the view that, and actually there's scholars that sort of tend to lean towards that. The book of Isaiah, for 100 years, the biblical scholars will tell you that it wasn't written in 740 AD by a guy called Isaiah in total. They might suggest, some of them might suggest that part of it was, but the vast majority will tell you that the majority of that text was written in 538 BC in the times of Cyrus, who just happens to be, coincidentally, the hero of our story. And then if you go to the book of Daniel, you'll find that there are emerging scholars that are saying that that too was also written post the facts that it allegedly predict. And, you know, I compare that with the historical story that it was talking about, and that story stops very clearly at 160 BC. And my premise is that the book of Daniel was written at that particular...
Okay, so you've never read the Bible.
Sorry?
I asked you if you read the Bible.
Yeah, I've read enough.
Oh, okay. Well, I've been reading it for 35 years. What do you want to know?
Probably nothing, because I think most of it's a lot of nonsense.
Okay, we can talk about baseball.
Okay. Well, actually, I don't know much about baseball, so you might have to guide me.
Are you in Australia?
Yes, I am.
Awesome, man. I'd love to see Australia.
Well, we'd love to have you come out and visit. I've been to America, and I really enjoyed the trip.
Have you been to see the mouse here in Orlando, Florida?
No, when we came across, we tried to do as much as possible. We flew into LA, then grabbed a flight and went across to New York. We spent some time in New York. Then we went from New York to Niagara, Niagara back to New York, New York to Los Angeles, Los Angeles up to San Francisco. San Francisco, I drove down the what do you call it, the Big Sur? Or
Big Sur, yep.
Is it the Big Sur? Yeah, down the coast, and then into California, and then Disneyland, that for the kids, and then we came home.
Awesome. Sounds like an
Oh,
awesome
sorry,
trip.
I went to Yosemite too.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's a nice place.
It is. It's brilliant.
It's beautiful.
Fantastic place.
Yep.
Loved it. So, you know, and you know, I found. See, when I went over there, maybe it's a TV thing. I had this perception that of Americans, but I found it was totally different. I found them to be quite a really friendly group of folks. They were good people in general.
How are Australians perceiving Americans?
Well, it might have been just me. I was thinking that I'd see a lot of obesity. I'd see a lot of angry people on the streets fighting and carrying on, and I've got to say I didn't see a heck of a lot of any of that.
That's
See, we get things like cop shows here, okay?
That's what mainstream propaganda will do.
Yeah, I guess so. But you know, it was nothing like. It was actually, well, you know, it was a good experience. I actually find the Americans a bit friendlier than our crew, actually.
Really?
To be honest.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate that.
Well, no, I'm not trying to.
That's not a knife.
Stroke your egos. It's just the way it was.
Well, you seem nice enough.
When are you moving over?
I have my moments. Sorry. Yeah.
Rob is cool.
Yeah, when are you moving over? Come join us, man.
Well, I'm a bit worried about you guys. I'm worried that the Russians might be a bit of a problem for you folks at the moment. Russians and the Chinese.
The rations? Oh, the Russians.
Yeah, Russian people.
I thought you said rations.
Yeah, it
I'm
did
like,
sound like rations. I'm like, what, we're going to stop the bus over here? What?
Yeah, my rations are a little low right now. I need to go to the grocery store. Yeah, that's a good subject. I think that we are in a little bit of a pickle if we continue on. If Russia...
Well, I worry about your debt situation, but we're actually in the same boat.
Well, we could just make more money. Just
yeah,
paper.
But, yeah, I don't know.
It's just paper, man.
Yeah.
Only government can take something as valuable as paper and ink and make it something worthless.
The only problem with the only problem with the whole debt thing is how wars start.
Yeah, and that's what I'm worried about. I think we're on the verge of a big war somehow.
Well, I agree. I think we're on the verge of getting our ass handed to us, but that's just my crazy opinion.
Well,
So
I hope
you
not.
might be safer to stay down there.
Do.
Say again, I talked over you. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. I was just saying, if yours gets handed to you on a plate, well, we'll be in the same boat. See, over here, the Chinese have really taken an overly, very overstated interest in us, and they're buying up a lot of Australian property. So I worry a little bit about the Asian interest in Australia.
Well, they've already bought us, so.
Oh yeah, they bought a lot.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, the same thing's happening here, Rob.
Is it?
They bought a good part. I think it was like 200 or 300 acres in Michigan. I heard. They want to like build their own city over there.
Well, the problem, that they have over in China, is that they look at us. They got too many people, and they either need to thin themselves out, thin the herd, or get more farmland. And I think they're going to aim towards farmland. And that's
over here there's a peninsula. It points down towards Australia. I picked up on the news there one day. It sort of just skimmed across the news, but they're building a massive port. And as soon as I saw that, I thought, oh shit, you guys are lining up to take all that, because our big thing is our resources, and I think that's what would be attractive to China.
And China is also in Africa, where America. I mean, they're buying. Yeah, China is buying a lot of the stuff in Africa, taking care of getting hold of diamond mines and their resources as well.
Yeah, I agree, Dubs. I agree, J-Dubs, what you put in the chat there.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone has heard of the TPP, but this is gonna really NAFTA really killed our jobs, but when this is implemented, this is gonna be even worse.
Oh dear. Yeah. I seen an interesting thing. I didn't know about this. You guys might. There's a rancher in about 2005 or 7 that died of cancer, and he was in a big battle with I think it was like a corporate enterprise that was buying up water rights, and he tracked them back to Saudi Arabia. But basically, his premise was that that his research revealed that these guys were out to buy water rights across the world, and then his wife, who was a politician, she sort of died mysteriously out in the backwoods or something. But I thought, geez, if that's going on, it's like people are buying up assets everywhere.
Yeah.
Trying to own the whole shooting match.
Well, we can't live on this rock, the way that in these bodies forever. So.
Yeah, well, that's all right. Yeah.
I mean, I feel sorry for my granddaughter. I mean, I've got a 4-year-old granddaughter, and the way the country she's going to grow up in is going to be a lot different than the one I grew up in.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah, I kind of worry about my kids, though. I think it's a bit closer to that than the grandkids.
How close do you think we are?
Oh, say a year or two.
To what? A year or two to what?
A war.
To bloody possibly an attack on you guys.
Yep, I agree.
And the reason I say that is the posturing that I see out of Russia. That Putin, he's as sneaky as all get up, in my opinion. He's very two-faced.
Yep. I agree.
And all the manipulation all that manoeuvring into the Ukraine, that's very much orchestrated. They're trying to present a case that half the Ukrainians want Russia in, but I saw an article where that was sort of might have been contrived.
It kind of has something to do with natural resources as well.
Well, did you see the build-up that we're doing?
Are you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, good.
We've got troops and stuff already in Poland and other areas basically surrounding the Ukraine.
I think as long as you get a rocket on bloody Putin's ass and make sure he knows that if he makes a move in the wrong direction, you blow him up, I think that'll sort it out.
Yeah, but Putin's not actually in control of that country.
Yeah, well, I tend to agree with that. I reckon someone's working his strings. He doesn't strike me as a powerful leader.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to be a fly on the wall in every government high-level decision-making room at this point, see what they're thinking.
Yeah.
I think that they're trying. I think Obama's trying to bluff right now and to get them to back down. But from every news clip that I've been seeing, that NATO they're not going to have the Soviet Union become the Soviet Union again. You know what I mean? They want Russia to stay Russia, and they're viewing this act of Crimea as the reinstatement of the Soviet Union. And
isn't that how this started? Weren't they discussing letting them?
Well, if you look back in history, you know, when Hitler made his move, he made a deal with the president or leader of Russia at that time, and pretty much then they turned on each other at the end and had to fight each other. Yeah. But that's why Hitler lost the war, by the way. It wasn't because of Europe. Europe was losing miserably, and we stayed out of it until the very end. There was a big controversy over us even giving supplies and things. There was a lot of anti-Jewish rhetoric that was still alive and well in America, you know, in the early stages of World War II. And when the news started coming out that they had concentration camps and everything, everybody's like, wow, do we really want to go get involved in that? So we stayed out of it. And then, of course, Japan attacks it, but that was a separate issue. You know, we had put sanctions, I believe, on Japan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, oil.
Yeah, with something to do with, you know, trying to control them that way, and they were going to have none of that. And now we're doing the same thing on Putin.
Yeah, but didn't America actually light that fire in Japan? It goes back to a guy called Jacob Schiff. He was a banker, and he funded the Japanese Industrial Revolution, and that sort of strengthened them up. And then you had the Japanese Chinese. So you had players in America that were actually early players in the whole Asian Chinese series of conflicts.
We did it in Europe too.
Yeah, well, that's part. Yeah, he said we did it to Europe too, and I think everybody kind of has bits and pieces. I don't think we have the whole story.
Yeah, I'm into patterns, right? And I look across history, not just sort of. I don't try not to look too much at one thing. And the pattern that seems to emerge, it's this empire stuff going on.
Right.
People that have,
but see, we picked up the baton from Britain. Britain backed off. You know, it used to be that the sun never set on Great Britain's empire, and you know, once they pulled back after World War II, they were broke. They were done, and they had to pull back. They couldn't control it anymore, and we just stepped in. I think part of the reason we held off as long as we did is so that they would have to back off, so that we could step in. I think greed had a hell of a lot to do with it.
Oh, absolutely. Greed. Yeah, it's all about bloody resources.
Yeah, it always is. You know, every country wants what they've got. So we're in trouble. The world's in trouble right now, and whatever the truth is about who's starting it or whatever. I mean, if you go down the list, think about it for a minute. Okay, you had Iran in '79, the coup that took out our puppet that we had in Iran, the Shah of Iran, right? That's really where all this started. You know, if you want to look back, and I'm not blaming the Iranians, don't get me wrong, okay, for wanting to take over their country, but we obviously had that guy right where we wanted him. And when they finally thumbed their nose up at Carter and said, we're taking over, that guy's out, you know, and the Khomeini got his way. I think he was in England or France at the time, spitting out all of his propaganda, pushing everybody to do that.
Yeah.
The first guy, you know, and so anyway, then you've got the event that took place in Kuwait, and we made such a big deal out of that. We used that as an excuse to go in, and then then obviously we pushed them out, okay, and then 9/11 all of a sudden pops on the scene, and then we needed an enemy. But see, I'm one of these crazy people that thinks that we had a hand in 9/11. I really do. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Here's
It conveniently made an enemy that never goes away, called terrorism.
Yeah, true. But here's the thing. I was just listening to your conversation there, and you kept saying we. Like, here's my situation over here in Australia, right? I feel guilty as an Australian for the way that we, and I'll use the we term, treated the Aboriginal people, right?
Right.
Now, I don't know whether you guys, the guys that I haven't met in this room, I wrote a book called What's This Thing Called God? And the thing that started me off on it was the Rwandan massacre, right? And what I found that really seems to sit below the Rwandan massacre was what they called the Stampede on Africa, which was back in the, I think it's late 1800s. A guy called Bismarck called together a bunch of royals, and then what you had after that meeting is that the empires of Europe started drifting into the African continent and, you know, helping themselves to all the resources.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw that, I thought, bloody hell, that's what happened in Australia. We had these empire-minded jokers come out. They sent a lot of us over as convicts. But the real problem is not me. The problem was the empire, and it had its eyes on the resources. And the same thing happened with you guys with the American Indians. The empire came in and just helped themselves to the what really should have belonged to the American Indians.
Yeah,
Don't you agree?
but I do. But you know, if we're going to point fingers, let's be honest. There was some exploring going on, you know, back in the day where, you know, they were thinking, they had no idea what was over here, and they just happened upon it. And
the way they treated the people.
And if we're well, I'm getting to that. If we have to blame somebody, though, it's all of Europe. I mean, it's not the Americans. The Americans, let's face it, we are all of Europe. We're a hodgepodge of everybody. Once it was established, and you know, but like, for example, I live in Florida, Spain. You know, Spain had this first, and then the Louisiana Purchase. The French had everything on the other side of the Mississippi River. You know, and then obviously the British, you know, stepped in and they wanted there to be, you know, they established their colonies, and then all of a sudden, you know, the people that were coming over, they're like, wait a minute, we're rich, we don't want to pay the king no more. How about we start our own gig?
Yeah.
But yeah, we did do the same thing to the American Indians, and I've got some Cherokee. You were talking about Cherokee, that made my ears perk up because I got a little Cherokee in me. So the story.
I like the Cherokee. I like the Cherokee.
So the story goes anyway, but well, I must, because I don't know, you know, the high cheekbones and stuff. But anyway, I got a beard that kind of says that I've got some European blood in me too, though. But the truth of the matter is, if we're going to blame anybody, it's Europe, because we are Europe.
No,
you know what I'm saying? We just all came over
I
here.
hear what you're saying, but no, I disagree, because this is where I say ego is the root of all evil, and empire is the societal form of ego. Now, I'm not an emperor, right? I might be one of his subjects,
Right.
but I'm certainly not the emperor, and I'm not the one that sets the agenda. Because if I was, I wouldn't be as harsh on the Aboriginals. I certainly wouldn't have been. Not me, anyway, because I kind of like some of the guys. You know, I've hung out with them and all the rest. So I wouldn't, and anyway, I wouldn't treat any person like that, I don't think, or at least I'd like to think I wouldn't.
Well, look,
To me, it's people being greedy and they just don't give a shit about anyone else as long as they get their resources.
Well, all I'm saying, I guess, you're looking at more of a contemporary situation. I'm looking at more of a historical. Look, look what the Spanish did to the people in Central, and was it Central America, where where they showed up with their ships, and basically the people thought, wow, these must be gods, They've got these.
I know that story. I know what you're talking about. That's the you're talking about the Aztecs, aren't you?
Yeah, yes, one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So with the Aztecs, because we just had an exhibit. I went to it here. They brought it out to Australia, and I was really quite intrigued because I'd done this research on the Middle East religion stuff, and I'm in there and I'm walking around this exhibit of the Aztecs, and I'm saying, golly gosh. Pyramids, it's got all the features. They had the eagle warrior, and I knew the eagle was a big thing on the Middle Eastern side, one of the major symbols.
Right.
And I just patterns, and I thought, geez, these guys are sort of operating the same sort of a scam, and they had their high priests and sacrifice and all this sort of crap that was a feature of the early religions in some sense. And then I learnt later that they had this god, this bloke with a beard who was white, and he was allegedly the person that set off that culture. And then only the other night, I saw a show on our SBS, and they were talking about Carthaginians, I think it was,
Carthaginians,
Carthaginians being defeated and then being forced to board their ships. And there's a theory that they ended up down in South America.
Well, that's interesting.
And they showed some settlements that seem to have the same sort of design features that you would see at the old Carthaginian ruins. So,
right.
Their case seemed quite reasonable. And when I thought about it, I thought, well, there you go. I mean, these guys have come over. There's their god for the Aztec sort of culture. And, they probably brought it across from the Middle East.
It's possible.
It was an interesting.
It's possible.
Seemed quite credible. It wasn't a. There was a genuine archaeologist who's got this hunch.
It's very possible.
Very interesting.
They had seaworthy ships. And for us to think,
it's 31 days. They reckon it's 31 days in that time to get from. That top part of Africa across to South America. So as long as they've got enough supplies.
Yeah, well, it's kind of foolish to think that the early people that were building the bigger ships at that time didn't know how to get out of the Mediterranean. You know what I mean? Obviously, they worked their way. I believe they sailed around the whole edge because that's what they used to do. That used to be their technique. They would stay on the coast, close to the coast, so they wouldn't get lost, number one. But they also, knew how to look at the stars and things like that, I'm sure. But they'd stay close to the coast. That's why so many of them were shipwrecked, because they'd end up hitting a bigger rock or something on the way. But I believe they went north all the way around Europe and that's how they found Great Britain.
Mm-hmm.
Some people say that because the tin mines that were in Britain, like London, I believe, in ancient times, there were just massive amounts of tin. I mean, you'd have to look it up and confirm what I'm saying, but they're saying that back in the time when they were figuring out how to make bronze, they needed tin, to go along with the what's the other material that makes up bronze?
Copper.
Anyway, yeah. So I guess you would say during that time when, militarily, they needed a better sword, and they found these mines up in Britain, and some people think that those people were the people. What's that? It's not Tyre, but it's that little island in the middle of the Mediterranean, just off the coast of Turkey. Turkey owns half of it now, and somebody else owns the other half. Can't think of it right now.
No, I can't either. We're not Malta, no.
No, it's pretty big. It's right off, basically, in north of Israel and west of Turkey. God, I can't think of it. But anyway, people think that it was those people because they were like one of the richest ancient ports, because they were a port city. You know what I mean? And they just made tons of gold and whatever, and they believed, and they were shipbuilders. They had to be there, living on this island, you know what I mean? So they believed that they sailed through the Mediterranean, up around Spain, and found Great Britain and actually founded it.
Yeah.
So, and then used that trade route to come back and bring the tin that everybody else, because all those countries there in that region of the Levant, and they're in the ancient Turkey and that region, the Hittites and all that they needed that material. They desired that material to make their better, stronger weapons and armor. So it's interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. You mentioned the trade routes, because when I was doing my little book, one of the big features of the Pharisees, or one of their specialties, or they had a couple of specialties, but one of them was trade. They were masters of trade and communications, and it gave them the edge. And they also ended up being the money men later on.
Yeah, that's why if you notice, that's why Greece was so powerful, because they were a coastal nation.
Yeah.
It's why, and when you come down around Constantinople and all that, obviously that was built up and had been built up for a long time. All the coastal nations like Egypt, it had its coastal region. Then you go up along where the Carthaginians were. They were powerful at one time. They had their ports anywhere where there were ships, because exactly that, it was transportation that was making them rich, either in slaves or goods or materials that they needed to boost and build their armies. Because they didn't just use their people. They would literally bring other people in and pay them to be mercenaries and things like that. At the time, they were paid militaries,
Yeah, but they're early behaviours that you actually see all the way through history, those ones. And it rolls into that ambassador role. These ambassadors are a sneaky lot.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
Especially those ambassadors for Jesus Christ. Those are the sneakiest. You got to watch out for them. You like how I brought that conversation right back where we left off? I got you to laugh. Hey, man, that's one for Raw 5069. Donna, you keep score.
I'm listening. Yeah, I was waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for it to heat up any moment now.
No. I know how that stuff works. See, I
like this guy. I do. I don't feel like arguing.
Bob is
anyway.
cool. Yeah.
I don't. So you've written a book, huh? You're an author.
Well,
now you're asking for a Rob. Here we go.
Well, hey, free marketing.
Well, hey, we may disagree on that one thing, but it sounds like you've got a wealth of knowledge. So, you never know. I might be interested in reading it.
Yeah. Well, look, for you guys, I'll just post a link to this is a draft copy. So if anyone wants to have a bit of a poke around it, you can have a look for free. But it's just a draft copy, so it's a bit rough. It's not the one that's with my publisher.
Okay.
But
appreciate it.
I'll put the link in the in the chat bar.
Yeah, here in the room.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take a peek at it, man. That way I'll know how better to battle you next time I confront you. Thanks for the inside information.
I'll take you on.
Yeah,
I'm not scared of
okay.
anybody.
All right. Well, you've already got my books, so.
What's your book?
Oh, well, there's 66 of them. You know what they are. That's funny, right? Well, that's the claim. The hope of glory, Christ in you.
Hey.
Interesting.
Oh, no. Look, I'm a huge fan of what I say the real Jesus. Right? Huge fan.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm not a fan of the idea of a God in the sky. I just don't.
Oh, I'm not either. Jesus said the kingdom of God is within you.
Yeah, that's right, exactly, and that's true. Oh, I think that's true, and it's just it's a what do I say, a colloquialism or the lingua franca that he was using, and it matches perfectly to the Cherokee notion. That we are actually the goods and the devils of the world.
I like the cover, man.
Yeah, I
love
like
that.
it too.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What is this thing called? Good, and then obviously, God.
Yeah.
I love it.
So, I rationalised, and this is looking at a few different perspectives, but I rationalised that God, just as a concept, was all about good. It had nothing whatsoever to do with evil. You couldn't have the two in the same house. So that's why I wrote it that way.
Okay. Awesome, man. I'm putting it, bookmarking it, and I'll take a peek at it later. Are you going to sell it as a Kindle, and once it's ready, or is it already ready, or?
Yeah, well, it's with a publisher now, and the proofs have been. We've got one more round with the proofs, so I sent back some adjustments. That comes back to me. I sign off on it, then it goes to print, and then we go through a round of marketing.
Right.
So it should be, public.
Well, good luck. Good luck with that. I mean that.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, here's my thing. I think that if people could grasp the real, what I call the real Jesus story, it's a valuable proposition to unify. At least the way I understand it. So.
Well, if you need some resources, I'm available. So we could talk. You can look me up on Skype. I'm Raw Apologetics on Skype. We could chat.
Raw Apologetic. I'm gonna put you into my Skype.
Okay, just request to add me, and I'll gladly do it, man.
Yeah. I'm sort of preoccupied with a few other things at the moment, but we'll see how time goes and everything.
Yeah, but if you got some biblical questions, I'd be glad to answer it. From a Christian perspective. And then
mate, I'm sorted.
You can do. You can do with it whatever you like. You can even quote me.
Yeah.
Put me in your book. Write me down as one of your sources. I met this crazy guy, this crazy Christian guy from Florida. His name's Raw.
Hang on a minute. No, personally, I'm quite sorted. I'm very comfortable with the whole spiritual world. And I think that's what it's all about. You just got to find your own place, and if you're comfortable in your own skin, that's enough.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in Revelation 22:11, so you're not going to find any problem with me.
Alrighty. Now
I'll let you look that up on your own.
What's your how do I look
Raw,
you up again?
RAW space.
Yeah.
Apologetics. APOLOGETICS. And you should.
I got you, Orlando, Florida, right?
Yep, that's me. Just add me.
Oh, gosh, what an ugly dude!
Thanks, man.
That's my cup of tea.
God doesn't pick pretty packages down there. I think he does.
That's true.
He does that on purpose, just to throw you guys off.
Right. I think let's chat. I'll put.
There you go. No, I see. I've got it open. I'm clicking on you right. If I can get you up here. Oh, cute baby. Who's that? Is that your grandbaby or something?
I can't remember what picture I've got on there.
You've got a little ball-headed baby on there. Somebody.
Oh, that'd be my grandson.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right. There you go, Rob.
Like me.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Yeah, and you. Peace.
Peace. Peace, love, and atheist and Christian understanding. I'm all for it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, well, understanding. I mean.
So are you anti-theist or are you just
anti-egotist?
Okay, right on.
I believe that ego is the root of all evil.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Jesus said that money, the love of money, was right. So I don't.
Well, what's it say? Mine. It says. They showed Jesus a gold coin, and he said to them, "The Roman emperor's people demand taxes from us." And Jesus said to them, "Give the emperor what belongs to the emperor, give God what belongs to God, and give me what is mine."
That's right.
And what he's talking about there is return the favor of his philosophy, I guess. You know, follow him.
Well, basically, he's saying give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and he's saying for now, and but really this is all mine. That's what he was saying.
I say it a little differently, but anyway.
Oh, that's just interpretation.
Yeah. Anywho, what else is up? I just sort of I got a message come up. I don't know how come it did, but there was a chat window, so that's why I joined in, guys. It just sort of popped up automatically, which was something new.
They're changing.
Oh, you mean in Google Plus?
Yeah. So you know how in what is it called? So in Google Plus, you've got oh golly, it escapes me now. You get a small rectangular pane pop up, just like a message window in Facebook.
Yeah.
It's to do with
Hangouts.
Oh,
Yeah.
geez, I should remember. One of the Google Hangouts. Yeah, sorry, thanks for that. It's Hangouts. So I had a Hangout window pop up, and you guys were chatting away. So I thought it was someone calling me or something, and that's why I dropped in.
Well, Rob, you were in here earlier, and probably I sent out another invite or something. Maybe you got that notice or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. It would have been about 15, 20 minutes ago, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it works on here, man. It's kind of goofy. Every once in a while, things pop up, and you'll click on it, and it'll already be over.
You're a jolly gentleman.
Hey, man, you got to laugh at this world at this point, you know.
Oh, well, yeah.
I'm gonna be 55 this year, so I'm not worried about. I've had my life, you know what I mean. I'm not concerned about a whole lot of things.
Yeah, well, I sort of made an observation a while back, and it's interesting when you actually tweak to it. People actually, and I did it too. People actually make, I suppose the best way to put it is a mountain out of a molehill. So you'll have some sort of thing that'll get you wound up, but your reaction to it actually makes the thing bigger than perhaps it really is.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got a neighbour here, and she will come over and visit and have a chat, and she gets all excited about an event. You know, I'm listening to her. I'm saying, you know, I'm just sort of saying, you know, you're causing this suffering.
Yeah, you're propagating this whole issue.
And she's only retelling an event, but with all the emotion in that, and she gets all fired up, and it's sort of, I find it amusing now.
Yeah, drama, man, is the big thing on YouTube. You know, it really is.
Yeah. Geez, the way people get wound up. I actually wind a few people up just for a bit of entertainment. Only because they frustrate me. If they get really stubborn and ignorant, well then, it's game on for me. So what I do is I just keep winding them up a bit.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
Yeah, it's just amazing how people just get, I've already explained it to the group, my little theory on that, so I probably best not repeat myself. But
well, I missed it, but that's okay. Repeat it.
Well, if the other guys don't mind, basically what I observed was that there was, and it was a real common phenomenon amongst what I'll say people that had a belief reality.
Right.
As soon as I like to argue, and I like to argue with facts, and I like to ask other people for facts and the like. And if you get in the room with a person that's got a belief paradigm, and then you start presenting some facts that actually they recognise that threatens their position,
right?
And they also may be perhaps ignorant to that fact, not aware of it. At that point, their mood changes. So they'll go from trying to convert you and being your best friend to wanting to probably murder you or something.
Just ask John.
Yeah, you'll know who I mean.
Sounds kind of familiar.
Right, John?
Yeah.
But now we've become friends, so it's kind of bizarre, Yeah,
well, you got to give them time; they'll cool down. But I rationalised that what that was is a very primitive defence mechanism, because I was observing the people didn't seem to be totally aware of their behaviour swing. And what they do is they come up with the responses are dual. So to me, it's like there's a fear of threat to their ego, so that generates the anger, so that explains the rise in motion. And then what follows that is the flight-fight response. You might have heard of that.
Yeah.
And usually they'll try and get aggressive and be assertive, or in some cases try and bully you.
Right.
But if you stand your ground, what happens is then they want to get out of there or shut the debate down. And the really interesting thing I found is that because I'd start trying to put some evidence up and say, come on, let's discuss that. That was totally off the horizon. That they just would not go near it, no matter what.
Right.
So very common. That's a very common theme, and it's not restricted to the religious folks. I've seen it with the atheists as well.
Oh yeah.
Well, you see, imagine me getting into the room and sort of presenting no sky god concept, and then I start, praising Jesus.
Well, you heard my first comment. What came first? The Persians or the egg?
Well, the truth of the matter is the Persians.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And my response to that would, what that would be?
No, go ahead.
Well, it would be the Tower of Babel.
Huh? Sorry?
The Tower of Babel came first.
I don't. Now I got to confess to this. I skipped a lot of material because I'm the kind of guy that I want to get the big picture and I want to find the repeating patterns. So I confine my research to 540 BC. Oh, sorry, I do go back a bit earlier than that now, but in the book it's 540 BC to 325 AD.
Well, maybe on the next book you should go a little further back. I mean, because
no, I want to go the other way. I want to go forward. 325
okay.
forward.
But if your starting point is in error, you got to back up the truck, and turn around. So I would suggest researching a little bit into that kingdom of Babylon and where it came from.
Well, I actually
because the Persian Empire came after them. Before them, that you gotta talk about the head of gold before you go to the silver.
All right. Well, So I do know a little bit about that prehistory. What I know is that archaeologists and Egyptologists for 100 years have been looking for evidence of the Egyptian Exodus story, and
right. They never found it. Yeah.
Given up. They've pretty much given up.
Yeah.
And their conclusion was that the Judeo religion comes from the Canaanites.
Who came to this conclusion?
The Egyptologists and archaeologists.
Yeah.
I think it's more likely that the Judeo religion is born out of the Canaanite. And if you actually look at the Canaanite religion, they were polytheistic. So for me personally, that makes a lot of sense, because now we're starting to line up with the Greeks and the Romans. And if you look at the Aboriginal culture over here, they had plenty of concepts. You know, they had the snakes, the snake serpent, and then they had this other, you know, they just had a whole bunch of things to explain their mythology.
Yeah, well, the Canaanites were into some really strange things, you know, Molech and Baal. And
what I was interested in when I looked at the list, it had two on it that were really interesting to me. They had El, and that's Elohim, and they also had Yahweh.
Yahweh, yeah.
Yahweh, or however you mention it.
Right.
And so when I saw that, I thought, oh, that's very interesting.
Well, those are just names for God.
Yeah,
it wasn't, you know, because the thing of, you got to look back at what Moses said, and I don't know if you totally dismiss, you know, the writings of Moses and the first 5 books. Okay.
I didn't look at them.
Okay. Well, I meant dismiss them as far as
didn't look at them. They were out of scope.
Validity. Yeah. Well, maybe the next book, like I said, when at the burning bush, you know, Moses asked that very thing. He said, "Who do I say sent me? What's your name?"
I am that I am.
Right. So
that comes from the Canaanites, Yahweh.
Not really.
Yes, it does.
Not really. Not really.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. We'll agree to disagree on that. But,
okay. Yeah, no worries.
You know, how? Think about it this way: how is anyone in my, you know, position going to prove to someone in your position that did we lose the feed?
I don't think so.
Oh,
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. How is anyone in my position going to prove to someone in your position that the God of Scriptures actually talked to a gentleman named Abraham and named him, actually changed his name? You know what I mean? How would one go about that?
I don't think you can. I think it's an impossible thing, and that's the problem I have, because it's because it's not part of an experiential proposition. I'm more likely to doubt its very existence. The thing about Jesus, he's quite clear. He says in the kingdom of heaven that there are 5 treasures, and this is the Gnostic Jesus. And so to me, and I think I understand a bit about meditation. I think what he's talking about is that in the moment, in the now, everything comes to us experientially. Mm-hmm. Anything outside of that has no basis or reality, so it just doesn't even exist.
Right. So those things are more, those things that are contained in Scripture are more for us that are already in, and in order to
the slaves.
Yeah, it's like a training manual for us. It's not. See, I can't say anything to you that would save you in any way. I couldn't convert.
Oh no, I don't need saving, mate. I'm saved. Thanks very much.
Right. Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm cool. I'm right where I'm at.
Right. It has to be God that does it, not me.
I beg your pardon?
I said it has to be God that does it, not me.
Yeah, well, I've got some interesting thoughts about, you know, because there's my title. What is this thing called God?
Right.
I don't Just because see, you have to have some way of explaining things like wisdom and courage and a tear of joy, right? Tear of joy,
right?
Yeah.
Right.
There has to be an explanation for those. I kind of have mine.
Right.
I don't need a God in the sky for that explanation.
Right.
So, but you do have to have some explanation. You do.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the thing about the Gnostic Jesus. He said everything must be known, and it's in front of your face.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's 100% spot on there.
Okay.
He doesn't talk about belief, right?
So you lean toward the Gnostic Gospels then? Is that what you're saying?
No, only one, the Gospel of Thomas, and only the 114 sayings. I don't go anywhere outside that.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's it for me. I'm not interested in anything else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's very interesting.
Yeah. Anywho, anyway, it was good chatting, guys. I better keep moving.
Yeah, we can talk again sometime.
Yeah, anytime. No
All right.
problem. See ya.
All right. Nice meeting you.
And you.
Well, you guys had a very productive chat.
Yeah, why not? He's an interesting fellow.
Yeah, I like him. He seems pretty nice. He's been jumping in here lately.
Yeah. He seems very dogmatic. But he has to stand behind his book at this point.
I would have loved.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I would have loved to. I like the Babylonian stuff. I like that. The beginning of civilization kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I like to hear about that.
Yeah, my opinion of that is that the stories that came on the boat, obviously came off the boat, and as the population grew, and they started building that tower and all that event, and obviously they were all speaking the same language at that point, and they were then dispersed, and I believe God had a reason for that. And then as they were dispersed, now that story went all over because they separated at that point, and it was in different languages, and of course the story basically changes, and then gods and demigods started developing, and they started their own religions, and I think they were genuinely trying to worship the God that they were trying, to worship. But we got to remember that there was an enemy. You know what I mean? There was another outside influence that was tampering with God's creation at that time, according to the story. And I think a lot of people forget about that. So, when you consider that factor and the twisting of events, and how Satan from the very beginning in the story of Genesis was twisting God's word, even to Eve, when he deceived Eve, of course he's going to twist it on the other side of the ark as well. Satan didn't go away. The flood didn't kill Satan. It didn't kill any of his fallen angels that came with him. So it just slowed him down enough that God had to punt, you might say. And when he did, Satan had to start over again. So and that's what we ended up with all the polytheism and all the idol worship